Heavenly Father, today we put on the full armor to protect us against attack. We put on the belt of truth to protect against lies and deception. We put on the breastplate of righteousness to protect our hearts from the temptations. We put the gospel of peace on our feet to walk in your light, peace, and freedom with the Holy Spirit. We rebuke anxious thoughts. We take up your shield of faith for protection to block and destroy all the darts and threats thrown at us by the enemy. We put on the helmet of salvation to cover our minds and thoughts, reminding us that we are children of a mighty King. We are forgiven, set free, saved by the blood of Jesus. We take up the sword of the Spirit, your living word, that has the power to demolish strongholds and is sharper than any double-edged sword. We come to you, Lord, in prayer daily. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
What's up, you guys? Welcome to The Imagination. I'm your host, Emma, and today I'm honored to introduce to you Mormon Monarch, MKUltra, child sex trafficking, and SRA survivor, mother, registered nurse, and American veteran who is on the front lines of the C19 pandemic, former host of local radio show, The Extraordinary Talk Show, motorcycle lover, QHHT practitioner, and inspirational rebel with a cause, D. Dee was born into a multi-generational incest-based Mormon family that had a rich bloodline of European aristocracy. It is theorized that her family lineage carries the bloodline of Christ, and as the fifth child of 7 in a Mormon Mafia family, it's almost certain that she was destined to be placed into MKUltra's Monarch and Beta programming since before her birth. Ironically, Dee was born in August of 1977, at the same time when the Senate was hearing discussion about MKUltra programming being done through the U.S. government. Dee was used as a sex slave for 41 years of her life and was used for her family's own gains, sold over and over again, without her conscious understanding for over 4 decades. Some key memories include being used in Salt Lake City at the 2002 Olympic Games in Williamsburg, Virginia, when the Queen of England visited to celebrate the centennial of the first landing, and at the 2016 NFL Draft in Chicago. Dee has been connected to the Mormon Mafia, the Las Vegas Mafia, the Chicago Mafia, as well as to high-ranking politicians, and she has been targeted and threatened by Nevada law enforcement in clear and provable patterns. Dee was also used in a much less glorious fashion to recruit, indoctrinate, and abuse others, even her own foster children, and she has been on the road to recovery now for over 5 years. Dee credits her healing from dissociative identity disorder to QHHT, or quantum healing hypnosis technique, hypnosis sessions that she began in November of 2018. Since starting this journey, her programming has dissolved, all previous keywords canceled out, and all entities sent back to where they belong. During these last 5 years of healing and recovery, people have been working behind the scenes to rope Dee back into the network and recondition her. She's also been gaslit and heavily targeted, even by her ex-husband handler who has tried to kill her. Dee and I joked that her story plays out like an intense spy novel or Netflix docuseries, and that she'd give Jason Bourne a run for his money. Her lived personal experience in Monarch, as well as the knowledge she's obtained regarding the Mormon Church, as well as the New World Order, make Dee a key whistleblower in this puzzle of deception we are trying to reverse engineer and understand better. Dee risks a lot coming forward to speak out, like many of the guests that I've had on the show, and even today she is stalked, tracked, and faces psychic and magic attacks on almost a daily basis. For these reasons, we are helping to protect Dee's identity today so that her disclosure can be told in the safest way possible. Dee is an inspiration to me, as even though she has the whole world against her at times, she is still deciding to speak out because she realizes her purpose and mission is bigger than her. It's bigger than all of us. And the more light we pour onto the darkness means the more awareness and information we have as a society to come together and create a better world for our children. I'm honored to have Dee on The Imagination to share her incredible testimony in full for the first time, and I ask that you all put down whatever you're doing and give her your full attention. You are going to learn so much on this episode, and I know you will all fall in love with her sweet soul and big heart in the same way I have. Dee has always been a rebel, but she didn't know what her cause was. Now she is a rebel with the greatest cause on earth, which is to save the world and all its children. Before I finish introducing today's guest, I wanted to give just a couple quick reminders and updates. If you'd like to be on the podcast as a guest or share any information privately with me, You can email me at imagineabetterworld2020@gmail.com. You can also use this email if you'd like to be a part of my new book series featuring written survivor testimonies, and you can find the video with all the details on how to submit your testimony on any of my podcast channels. And lastly, I'd love your support on Substack, where I've taken up investigative journalism as an outlet for me personally to share about my podcast, guests, and advocacy work. And you can subscribe to me there at www.emmacatherine.substack.com. All my links are in the show notes, and I love your support across all platforms. Thank you all for caring so deeply and so much about survivors and whistleblowers, and for helping to make the imagination the safest space on the internet for survivor and whistleblower disclosures. So you guys, without further ado, please help me in welcoming today's guest of honor, survivor, overcomer, voice for the voiceless, walking miracle, anti-human trafficking and child abuse advocate, whistleblower, and someone I'm honored to call my new friend, the one, the only, Dee. Dee, thank you so much for being here with me today.
Hello, Emma. Thank you so much. That is such a warm welcome. I feel just special being invited to visit with you. Thank you so much. And thank you, I'm going to say it again, for all of the work that you're doing to help people like me, because it was literally watching things on your podcast that helped me put critical pieces of my own story together, and for educating the world about the secrets that have been held from them.
And how wonderful now you get to take your puzzle and add it, your puzzle piece, and add it to the puzzle. And you're going to be a puzzle piece for so many others with your disclosure. And I'm so honored to have you on. I knew the second that I read your email that we would be fast friends, and talking to you in a fashion other than email, talking to you over the phone, just proved that. So I'm so happy to have you on. I know everybody's going to love you. And I know that we all have so much to learn from you and a lot to dive into today. So I thought we would start by going back in time, and you have a very, very interesting family lineage and the members of your family. And I thought maybe you could paint the picture for us about the background of your bloodline, family members that you know of that came before you, and sort of paint the picture of how you, once you were born, were sort of pushed into these programs automatically because it was sort of destiny for you based on your lineage and history.
It absolutely was. That's a great place to start, Emma. Let's go back, if I can take you back, about 250 years to France. If you paid attention in history class, there was a revolution in France about 250 years ago where all the aristocrats were basically pissing off all the people. And who knows what they were doing, but I have some theories. Anyway, my many times great-grandfather, whose name I still bear, was a French aristocrat, and all of his family lost their heads to the guillotine. My many times great-grandfather, according to family lore, dressed as a peasant and hid the family jewels in his boot and walked to Germany. In Germany, he married, and he had at least 2 sons. I believe that I am a direct descendant, still bearing his name, of the oldest son. The second son, you see, because my name is not common because most of my ancestors were murdered by the guillotine. However, my name is a name that you would recognize because this uncle of mine eventually went back to France and wrote several books. And one of those books has since been made into a Broadway musical. And another one of those books has since been made into a Disney animated musical. And if you're paying attention, you should be able to guess what my last name is. So if you understand how the lineage works, there were satanic families in high bloodlines and aristocratic positions for centuries in Europe. And it could be, I don't remember, but it could be that maybe the rebels in France wanted to get rid of all of the people who were practicing Luciferianism and Satanism, and maybe that's why they had a revolution. I don't know. But I do believe that my family was a Luciferian, incest practicing, abusive family for as beyond back past the French Revolution. And I can't tell you past that. That's as far as I know. So coming down that family line, we eventually get to my grandfather, who is my father's father. And my grandfather served in World War II. He was in the Philippines. He was on the island of Cebu. And one day while he was walking across Cebu, he stepped on a mine, and the mine blew his legs off. And he was laying in the minefield, and a chaplain came and prayed with him. And I believe that my grandpa told the chaplain who he was and what his family line was, because a chaplain is an officer, considered a military officer, and they brought over an ambulance, and the chaplain said, "Put this guy on there," and they said, "We can't. We're full. We can't take him no more." And the chaplain said, "I don't care. I am your commanding officer. I don't care if you have to remove someone else from that ambulance. You will put this man on it, and you will save his life." And that's what happened. And I grew up with my grandpa having no legs. His legs ended mid-thigh. I am really, really good at doing a wheelie in a wheelchair because I learned as a child in grandpa's chair. And so then there's my father, and then there's me. So through this whole generational line, I was born right into something that's been going on for hundreds of years, and who knows how much further back. Any questions on that so far?
What did your father do for a career?
Great question. My father was recruited, and he wasn't just recruited into the Mormon Mafia, because I grew up in a Mormon family. I grew up in Provo, Utah, which is known as, and I quote, Happy Valley, unquote. My father, I'm sure that he was pushed by his father into the Mormon Mafia. Mafia structures, cult structures, they're all based on pyramids. They're all like 1 to 4 people at the top, and each of those people have, they call it down the leg, a line of people that they've recruited, who've recruited people, who've recruited people, who've recruited people. And so it creates a pyramid structure. And it's exactly like the military. The military, you got your privates at the bottom, and then you have one rank above that, you got your sergeants. There's not quite as many of them. And if one rank above that, there's fewer of them. These pyramid structures are common. They're everywhere in the world around us. They're especially prevalent in churches, in cults, in mafias, and in network marketing. And the structure for them, if you're interested, goes back to the Bible. I can't remember if it's Romans 7 or Romans 17 that outlines how tithing is to be paid according to a pyramid structure. And according to that, it explains that Melchizedek, and by the way, Mormons use the Melchizedek priesthood. I bear it myself. Melchizedek was the priesthood leader, and Abraham was actually underneath him down his leg line. So Abraham paid tithes to Melchizedek. And then Abraham had people down his leg line that would pay tithes to him, and so on. So the pyramid structure, you pay upwards, and the more people you have under you, the more you get. So my dad was brought into the Mormon Mafia to be a part of that. Also, there's tons of network marketing companies like Nu Skin and Mary Kay and whatever in Utah. Utah loves network marketing. They love that pyramid structure. So my father was brought into the Mormon Mafia early on. And when I say early on, I mean probably he served a Mormon mission at 19, and he probably was in at that time, if not before. Plus, he would have been susceptible, like he would have been a victim of SRA and incest and violent physical abuse all of his life growing up. And so then it was just normal and natural. It's what our family's done for hundreds of years. You do it to the next kids that are born. But as part of the Mormon Mafia, my father joined Boy Scouts of America, and he also joined Utah County Search and Rescue. And in both of those organizations, he was able to recruit for the Mormon Mafia. So Mormons use a lot of Boy Scouts. They do a lot of Boy Scouting. And part of the recruiting process, it's kind of a Luciferian idea that you can prove that you are a god like Lucifer if you can beguile a woman like Lucifer beguiled Eve in the garden. So part of the recruitment structure is you have to be able to, in order to get in to be recruited, if you want to be recruited, you have to beguile an Eve. You have to beguile a woman or a child. And so, That's part of the process. Another part of the process, I believe, is getting called popped. And that's why my dad goes by Poppy. And that's why a lot of people like that name and some don't. But so my father would, I believe, basically talk to the Boy Scouts, explain to them all the pretty stuff about what they're going to get into, but not explain any of the awful things about what they're going to get into. And then through like the Boy Scout thing, some of the things are like the Order of the Arrow and some of the other awards that they earn. And part of the process of earning an award is to be molested by your Scoutmaster. And that's also a step towards getting recruited into the pyramid structure. So my father would rape the Scouts as the first step of getting them in, but then they would have to beguile or put a spell on somebody in order to prove that they were worthy of being in. And so my father would take me, and my mother too. This is not only my father, my father saved my life while my mother was trying to kill me. So I have a lot of love and compassion and forgiveness for both of them, actually. Sorry if I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so my father and mother both would take me to scout camps. And that way the boys that were being recruited into the mafia would have the opportunity to offend on me, molest me, and using hypnosis, beguile me, and in order to be compliant with it. And that's how they would get into the Mormon Mafia. And then they would, through scouting, through their missions, through whatever other things they do, recruit more people in so that they can get ranks underneath them. And the more ranks you have underneath them, the higher up you go. There's other things like owning property that matters for ranking. And you can also lose your rank if you lose your woman. If you have a woman that you're controlling and you lose her, like maybe she leaves you or you get a divorce, then you can lose your rank for that. Another thing you can lose rank for is by letting the truth come out. If secrets are revealed, you can lose your rank for that. And if you had anything to do, like I know that people who had contact with me and I was able to escape, and those people lost rank and in many cases have had more severe consequences because they were not able to control me. Does all that make sense?
Yep.
And does that match with what you understand and what you've heard previously, Emma?
I actually haven't had, Mormonism and or Boy Scouts covered on my show a lot, but the little bit that I have had, it matches 100%, and that's what I think people don't look at the bigger picture and realize connections. People can get really offended whenever you say something about, like, say, a religious body or a specific church or a leader, but there's oftentimes, whenever whistleblowers come forward, it's way bigger than just the one thing that they're sharing. There's connections to something like Boy Scouts, maybe Freemasons. Like, there's always a bigger web that we need to untangle. And so when we look at the web, then we can sort of see where the dysfunction lies. And that gives us an opportunity to potentially fix it, and make it what it was, maybe intended to be. Maybe it's working exactly how it's supposed to. Maybe the well-oiled machine was corruption to begin with. But, we want to offer society healthy options to, pray and go to church. But we have to first understand how infiltrated all this and understand where the web leads, So this is really incredible insight that you're giving us, especially I know Utah is like a real huge hot spot. So you're going to be helping corroborate a lot of stories from other people who live there or have lived there and had, trafficking experiences, programming, some of the same stuff that you did. So I appreciate you helping us weave all this together.
Well, thank you, Emma. And you're absolutely right. And the thing is, those connections, one reason why people don't believe that all of this is existing, it's underground organized crime, and they don't believe it exists because they don't believe it could all be connected. But the truth is, it's all connected. That takes me to my dad doing Rocky Mountain search and rescue for 5 decades. And that comes into the Luciferianism and the rituals, because when people go get lost in the woods, hey, that's a perfect person to go have a sacrifice on. So the search and rescue teams are not necessarily looking to help people come out of the woods safely.
Did he work for just one park, or was it multiple parks that he was overseeing?
He wasn't over a specific park. He volunteered for the county search and rescue, which meant they were hiking different mountains. They would, they'd search the lake for bodies. They were all over Utah County. And by being in the Mormon Mafia, some people might call me a Mormon Mafia princess, even though I never knew. I was not treated like a princess, other than the fact that I was constantly babysat and I didn't realize it. My handlers were usually my husbands once I became an adult, but I was never allowed to, like, I went to nursing school, I had jobs, I thought I was living a normal life. My cover life is very convincing. It was convincing even to me. But everywhere I was, I had friends that would be assigned to me that would report back to my handlers. And I call these sub-handlers. And they also had access to my keywords. They were able to hypnotize me. They were able to tell me to do things. And they were also able to, part of the fun of being a handler is all the sexual favors you get for it. But I'll get to that a little bit. I apologize for blurting everything out right at once.
No, don't. It all connects.
Thank you. So I'm trying to give you some groundwork. So going back to my birth, 1977, there were a few interesting connections to my birth that may or may not be connected to anything, or they might be. As I said, I was born 11 days after the MK Ultra hearings started in the Senate committee. When I was born, I was the fifth of 7 children living, but my mother's very, very first child was a daughter who was stillborn. That means 9.5 months term, and then born dead. And her body was donated to medical science. So I was technically the 6th born, if you count her, the 5th living. And when I was born, my mother said that I looked exactly like she did. My mother said I looked exactly like her. Okay, a lot of kids look alike when they're born. I have a sister who's 2 years older than I am, and she and I look exactly alike. So much so that people believed we were twins. Our Spanish teacher, who lived a block away from us, couldn't tell us apart. And once when she was asleep on the couch, my boyfriend almost kissed her because he thought it was me. So I don't know, just curious things. And another interesting thing about the date of my birth, just casual, throwing this out there, is I was born on August 14th. And on August 15th, the day after I was born, Ohio University received the WOW signal. And if you've never heard of it and you're curious, you can go look it up. The day after that, August 16th, 1977, Elvis Presley died. So what that means to me is that I was born during the Elvis portal. Souls come in and go out of Earth through portals, and I was born through the same portal that Elvis left in. And that means something to me. I don't know if it means anything to anybody else, but it means something to me. That's my birth. As I said, I was born into Monarch Mormon programming. Mormon programming, we'll get to the temple and the Freemasonry because that's all connected, but we'll get to that a little bit later. I was severely abused from birth. From birth, being that I was the 5th child and my older 4 siblings were already in the Monarch program at that point, my parents were heavily trained on how to be Monarch programmers, and they started on me from birth, meaning that they started training me to be hypnotized and accessible by keywords from birth. I was speaking in full sentences at 1.5 years. I think I had to learn because I had to speak in order to defend myself, and I have no other way. The abuse in my home was severe. Daily, it was physical, and nightly, it was sexual. It's an incestuous family. It's part of what we did. My brothers knew what my keywords were, and they would climb into bed with me at night and hypnotize me. And I'm grateful that I have I haven't looked into those memories too closely, but I've looked into them enough to know that they're real. And then it also ties things together. Like, for example, I remember being about 4 years old, and I had this pink nightgown that went down to my feet, but every morning it would be at my armpits. And I remember complaining, how come my nightgown is at my feet when I go to bed and it's at my armpits when I wake up? And I remember my brothers kind of chuckling and laughing at me when I complained about that. Now that I have retrieved the memories of them coming into my bed and doing that, now I know why my nightgown was always up at my armpits by the time I woke up. That's some of the lesser abuse.
And real
You have
quick,
to understand.
can we paint the background on your mom too? Because she was also involved in this, and any key family on her side, real quick.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for reminding me about her family. Military. My father's father was in the military. I told you that. My mother's father was also in the military. He also served in World War II in the Philippines. I absolutely am certain that my parents' marriage was arranged based on the story of how they met. It sounded like my dad just happened to be at a place where my mom just happened to be, and they just happened to meet each other. None of it was happenstance whatsoever. My parents' marriage was arranged. I don't know at what point my mother came into the Luciferianism. My mother denied, to me, she denied being a Satanist because she considers herself a Luciferian, which in her eyes is different. However, the only difference that I've been able to find is that Satanists at least claim, according to their commandments, that they don't hurt children, and Luciferians think it's their right and privilege and responsibility to hurt anyone that they want to. But the Satanists could be lying about that because, father of lies and all that. My mother also was in a household with severe SRA and abuse growing up. So of course, when two people got married who grew up in these households, of course, they created a household doing the same thing. My mother actually became a registered nurse before she married my father, but she quit working as a nurse while she was raising and programming us. She did go back to work as a nurse when I was in about 6th or 7th grade, and this, they said, was to help pay for my brother's missions. My mother worked in labor and delivery, and knowing what I do now about how these people have a need to have babies, I now have a lot of suspicion about my mother and her workplace. These people are also not sane. Let's be clear about that. A sociopath is someone who doesn't mind if their actions hurt others. A psychopath enjoys when their actions hurt others. A sane person, true intelligence requires compassion, and you cannot be sane without compassion. A sane person would not sexually molest a child, because a sane person would not have the desire to hurt another person in that way. A sane person would not have the desire to rob someone else of their freedom and consent. So I give my parents forgiveness, understanding that they were not sane. My father was more sane than my mother. Going into the SRA, and this happened in my home, it happened in churches, it happened in the basement of temples. I would be taken as a child to, I didn't know where I was going, we just went somewhere. And then I don't want to go into the details of the satanic ritual abuse, because you have enough of that from other storytellers. I will tell you some, but I don't want to go into it deeply, other than that it started at birth. I was involved in ritualistic ceremonies where people were murdered, where my hand was on the knife, and sexual abuse, madcap, all over the place. My mother was severely insane. I absolutely believe, I absolutely believe that my mother was possessed by demons. And just like someone could say my keyword and it would flip me over into my alternate personality, sometimes just getting upset will roll you into your alternate personality. And when my mother got very upset, she would roll over into her demon, and her demon would come out, and that's when she would try to murder me. And at least one time she succeeded. The marker that I have for this in my memory is that my father worked for the city, and that was the city building was 3 blocks away. He would walk or ride his bike to work. And when my mother would try to kill me, my siblings would call him at work, and he would take a city car and drive home rather than trying to walk or run home to get there and to save me in time. And so I have memories, even though I was hypnotized to forget all of the bones that my mother broke. I actually forgot I thought I had not broken bones because I had been hypnotized to forget how many times my mother had broken my bones. There was one time that my mother came into my room and found me doing something, and it was not wrong. In fact, it was something that I said, "Look, Mom, I can do this." And she said, "No, you can't, stop lying." So she came into my room and I was doing it. And she flew into a rage. Her demon came out. And I know that there were times she ripped the phone out of the wall. This was the early 80s, late 70s. So we had a rotary dial telephone on a cord connected to the wall, and we had one phone in the house. It was a sign that this continued, that this happened multiple times over years, because eventually my dad put in another phone in the basement so that my siblings could call him. And then he put in another phone line in the bedroom, in his bedroom, my parents' bedroom, so that even if my mother pulled the phones out of the walls, that my siblings could call my dad to come home and save my life. So this one time when her demon came out, she raged furiously at me. She tied a rope around my neck and she started swinging me around in the kitchen over her head like a ceiling fan. I was a toddler. My feet and my ankles bashed onto the cabinets and my ankles were broken, both of them. I don't know exactly how my siblings were able to call, but my dad drove home in a city vehicle. He came in, and this memory I have, I'm looking down from the top corner of the kitchen. Well, my dad runs in, tackles my mother. I fall from where I was above her head to the ground, and he pulled the neck. My face had gone from blue to purple to black. I didn't recognize my own face as I looked down at it. And my father pulled the rope off from around my neck, and he did CPR, and he breathed life back into me. But my mother killed me that day. And then my father called my pediatrician and took me to the pediatrician. And of course, the pediatrician was involved in the Monarch program, and he was very aware of all of the abuse. And he put casts on me and sent me home. I know that my mother broke both of my legs on at least 2 occasions. Another time, my mom was actually babysitting a couple of the neighborhood girls, and maybe we thought it was a little bit safer. And she came in the bedroom, and we'd been playing, and we found somebody's nail polish, and we decided to play beauty shop, as little girls do. And somebody found scissors, and somebody's hair got cut. And my mother came in and found the 4 of us little girls cutting each other's hair, and she flew into a wild rage. She dragged me and my sister into the kitchen. We were both stripped naked. And I think at the time I was about 4 and my sister was about 6. And my mother I don't know if she handed us knives or if she just put them on the floor. But there were 2 knives, and she told us to battle to the death. We battled. And at that point, one of my siblings found a phone, called my dad. My dad came rushing home in a city vehicle, and he came into the kitchen to find my mom standing there watching. And when he came in, I, the 4-year-old, had pinned my older sister, and I was holding the knife to her neck, and my mother was egging me on to press down. I'm glad that my father showed up when he did. The 2 other girls that we were babysitting, my mother hypnotized them so that they wouldn't remember what had happened, but she stopped babysitting them after that. I believe that their mom maybe didn't know what went wrong, but something happened that day, and I think she stopped bringing those little girls back. My mother, I think, maybe didn't even remember the rages that she went into. I know that I don't remember all of the things that happened to me in my alter personality. I don't know what my mother remembers. It does help me to know that the being that came out that was trying so hard to murder me was not my mother, because the mother I had during the day would at least pretend to hug and be sweet and be loving to me. But that was also part of the game, because after she hypnotized me to make me forget that she had just broken my bones, she had to like hug me and give me affection to make it believable. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Any questions so far, Emma?
No, keep going. This is just devastatingly heartbreaking to just consider this. And, you know, I think about that little girl that you were, and I think about how proud she is of you today. You know, like, look what you're doing to bring justice to her story, you know, sharing this. So thank you for sharing.
Oh, Emma, thank you so much for saying that. Thank you so much. Part of my healing journey has been falling in love with my inner child. I went back and I found her. And when I found her, she was huddling inside a tiny box. And I opened up that box and I turned it into a big, bright room. And I gave her a TV and a microwave and all kinds of snacks and a puppy and some dress-up clothes. And we sit and we talk and we cry and we cuddle. And that's one way that I have helped heal my inner child. I also let her pick my clothes. Even now, I like to wear moon boots and mismatched socks and funny hats.
Oh my gosh, that's
And okay, moving next, we're going to skip around a little bit in the timeline of my childhood.
sure.
Back to a family vacation when I was almost 3 years old. My birthday was in August, and this family vacation happened in the summer before my birthday. So I was about 35 months old when this family vacation happened. I know that this family vacation happened, and I knew that it had happened because people mentioned it, but up until recently, I did not have any memories whatsoever of this family vacation. And even though I was only 3 years old, I remember things from far younger than that. And I thought it was odd that I could never remember this family vacation. Pardon me, I'm going to take a quick sip of my drink.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Now, Emma, I almost want to give you a guess as to where this family vacation was to, because I want to know if you've heard this before. It was not Disneyland. We did that later. And I haven't heard anybody else on your show say this, but I'm going to say it in the most dramatic fashion that I can.
Go for it.
My family, my entire family, 6 children, because my little sister was 6 months old at this time, went on a family vacation, 7 days, overnight stays, to, dun, 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 Alcatraz.
Alcatraz. That is a new one. I haven't heard of this. Nobody's talked about it on my podcast.
Okay, I'm glad. That's a good thing to know. I didn't know if you'd heard it before, but my family went on a 2-week vacation where we visited the Golden Gate Bridge and Alcatraz, and we stayed on Alcatraz for a week. And you've got to realize that by this time, I was 3 years old almost. However, severe SRA had been a part of my daily life. So while it was terrifying and horrifying, it was only a little bit more terrifying and horrifying than what I was used to. As part of what they did, I believe they did this twice, for 3 days at the beginning and then 3 days at the end. They split us. I have no idea where my parents were. They split up all the children. We were in the basement of Alcatraz. They separated us and put us into cells. I was left at the not quite 3 years old, all alone, by myself, in a cell in Alcatraz for 3 days and 3 nights. I wasn't entirely alone because there was a skeleton of the man who had died in that cell that was there with me.
Oh my God.
I know there was 3 days and 3 nights from the timing now. At that time, I had no idea how long it was because they would leave the lights on for a while and they would turn the lights off for a while, and then they would turn them on for a while and turn them off for a while. So I had no idea how many days had passed. To me, it felt like it could have been months or years, even though it was only 3 days. Then they took us out and did some trauma, and then they put us back in and did it again. My siblings, I could hear them in their cells down the hall crying, but we weren't close enough to talk or communicate or offer any type of support to each other. The idea was that we could hear each other crying and they wanted us to. In the middle, we did rituals, satanic rituals. For people who don't understand how satanic ritual abuse causes dissociative identity disorder Let me see if I can explain a little bit. And also, by the way, if you don't believe in magic, you're going to have a hard time with this. These are satanic rituals. These are magical, evil, magic, dark magic rituals that are done to do this. Magic, so what I'm saying is you must, in order to accept that this is a truth around you, you must accept the truth that magic exists in the world around you. Harry Potter is far more real than people have any idea. And through my own life, I have had to study defense against the dark arts because the dark arts were being used on me. So during these satanic rituals, they cause severe pain, severe trauma, so much so that your mind wants to leave your body. I don't know if any of you have ever had this experience of when you're just, something really, really bad is happening. Maybe you're in a bad argument, or you just don't like what's happening, and you kind of find yourself watching the situation from across the room, like out of your body. It's like that, but severely and violently. And then while they have you traumatized, and they do this to children specifically while our minds are very young and moldable, while we are traumatized, the soul in fear will escape the body. It doesn't leave the body dead. It just is the consciousness steps aside going, this is too much right now. We can't handle it. And when the consciousness steps out and when the correct ritual is done, it allows a demonic attachment. So essentially, I had demonic attachments for 40 years. But it is the demonic attachments that come in and run the alternate personalities. And that kind of might explain why my mother drove into such a demonic rage when she would get mad. So as part of this ritual, and I don't remember, I couldn't tell you beginning to end how it all happened. And I haven't searched through my memories. I can if I want to. They're my memories. I can look back and find out. I found out what I needed to find out for this situation to know what happened. I have flashes of the blood and the terror and those things, but they use it as an excuse that because we can't remember that it's fine for them to do this. It's not an excuse. That excuses it not so ever in any way at all. However, it is a mercy and a grace, and I'm grateful for the memories that I don't have. But I'm also grateful that I have access to them and I can look into them if I want. What I do remember is there was a man, and I don't know where that he came from. I remember that he had kind of reddish brown curly hair, and they were beating him. He was kneeling on the ground, and he was kind of like leaning over, like he was leaning on one hand. And they placed me in front of him, and he kind of sat up a little bit, and they offered me to him. Remember, I was 1 month before I turned 3 years old. And they offered me to him as in giving me to him to rape me. And he refused. And at that point in time, I remember this person standing to my left, and I'm looking across at this man, his eye level is at my level because he's on his knees. And this person is standing to my left, and they show a sword. And it actually is like a large dagger. It looks almost like a miniature version of a sword, like half between a dagger and a sword, half the length, but razor sharp and double-sided. And they said to the man, her or you? And one thing I want to convey is that I had no fear. I was used to this. I wasn't even 3 years old, and I was used to this. There might have even been a thought in my mind of, oh, maybe if I die, it'll stop. I don't know. But I remember looking clearly into this man's eyes. And I remember him looking clearly into mine. And we connected. And he said, kill me, not her. And then the knife slashed, and the blood splashed, and his blood splattered all over me, and I barely flinched. And then that continued, and they had to do things like that with all 6 of us kids. And then we all witnessed it happening to each other to make sure that the terror would really drive home. And then they put us back in cells for another 3 days. Oh, and by the way, there was no food. Like, nobody came. Nobody visited us. I saw no other faces. They didn't bring us any food for 3 days, and I drank water out of the toilet. So I'm grateful that I did not have memories of that family vacation until very recently. Any questions about that, Emma?
Well, first of all, thank you again for sharing. It makes me just like sick whenever I hear these stories. It's just like it's beyond what I can like just conceive. So thank you for sharing and being vulnerable with that. I know it's going to help people even though it's hard to hear. Were there other families or people there? Sort of how is that a space that people like reserve? Can you outline a little bit of what you know about Alcatraz just because it is newer? Things that people wouldn't
I think
know.
that those are very good questions, and I'm sorry I don't have better answers for you. I think that my family got to go there because we were special.
Okay.
And this was also earlier on in the early days of the Monarch program, as I understand it, and maybe Disneyland didn't have their underground facility by then.
Gotcha, that makes sense. And was there other times that you were taken to that same property?
Not that property, but other properties.
Gotcha. In Alcatraz area?
No, but I was put on private planes and flown to Mexico to go to parties as a child.
Okay, and I'm sure stuff like that will probably come up as you're sharing. So go ahead and pick up where you left off, and thank you again so much for sharing that with us. That's definitely new information for me, and I'm sure for everybody.
Well, I'm really glad to know that. I'm glad to be sharing something that somebody might not have heard before, because I know it will make connections.
Yes.
Let me add about that man. The reason I want to tell that story is important, because it was drilled into me from birth that I was worth nothing, that I was valueless, and that I was only good for what they told me to do. And I saw something when that man looked at me. And I think he saw something when I looked at him. And in that moment, I almost didn't care if he chose me to die or not. But the fact that he didn't taught me something. The fact that that man chose to save my life taught me that my life was valuable. And even if I couldn't remember it, my body remembers what my other personalities experienced. My body remembers the emotions, and that one went very, very deep.
And you never knew his name or anything about him?
Nothing. There's a tickle in my mind that he had a family, but I don't know anything about that. I don't recall I'm trying to look through and another time in meditation, that's kind of how I do it, is through meditation, by going in and looking at the memories more carefully, and not in that space. I can't pull from it. I don't remember a lot of people being there in Alcatraz. I remember a handful of the Satanists that were running the experiment, they were calling it an experiment, and I was in other experiments. I don't think there were a lot of people there. And I do think that my family, due to our high bloodline, had special access or was invited or whatever. I think I'm one of the older Monarch program people, and there are many, many who are younger than me. Getting to the private plane, because this is an incident in the story I want to tell. My mother had to start breaking my bones when I started kindergarten. So that kind of was a relief for me. But I now have memories of wearing casts, and I never remembered wearing casts before. But so there was this, and I thought I'd never been on a plane. I thought the first time I flew on a plane, I was 24 years old. But no, as a child, I was loaded onto a private plane more than once and flown to Mexico for ritualistic parties. Yeah. And this one time, I believe that we just flew out of the Provo airport, which is, small airport, private planes. And if you don't know, if you're flying on a private plane, they don't check your passport. And they don't check and see what's in your bag. And you don't walk through a metal detector. So I was loaded on this one occasion. I was loaded onto a private plane. And what I know and remember is that there was another boy who was a couple years older than me, and he was on the plane. And his father was the pilot. His father was the one that was flying us there. So his father was involved enough, and there were a couple of the kids, I think, that got brought to all get put on this plane to go get flown down. And I was in casts. I had a cast on both legs, each leg. And that should receive some criticism from some people, because my mother was sending me, my parents, I say my mother because my mother was the one who really wanted me dead. She didn't try to kill my other siblings unless she was trying to kill me too. So she would offer me up as sacrifice before she would offer my siblings up. And for a true ritual sacrifice, you should not send a broken child. For a true ritual sacrifice, you should send a whole child, not one with 2 broken legs. And I noticed that the pilot noticed that. The pilot of that plane was bothered, first of all, by the fact that they were presenting a sacrifice that wasn't whole. That bothered him. But he was also bothered by the abuse. And even though he was taking his own son to go participate in this, it bothered him that I was abused as severely as I was. And something about that really stuck with me too. Because when you're a child and your mother is, or your parents or your family is abusing you this severely, you're told this is normal. You think this is what you should be expecting. And I could see in that man's eyes that even though he would take his son to do the same things that my mother was sending me to, that he, even if he didn't believe in protecting me as a child, he believed in protecting me as a piece of property. And if you want your property to work well and last a long time, you take good care of it. And he was very, very bothered. And that stands out in my mind. And I'm very grateful for little things like that that showed me, oh, this isn't okay. Maybe it's okay to take me to Mexico and take me to a sex party, but the breaking my bones, maybe that's not okay, because there you go. Trying to think where to go to next. My family did go to Disneyland when I was in 5th grade. I remember seeing a girl from my school class at Disneyland, and I waved to her. And I always wondered if when I realized that we got taken off, I remember getting off the Wild Toad ride and thinking, well, that ride sucked. It stopped more than anything. But of course, I had been hypnotized to remember or to forget. I had been hypnotized. They use these words, and I want to use these words carefully because some of your listeners might still be triggered by these words and not know it. They use the words remember to forget. So if you ever hear somebody say remember to forget, that's a clue. So anyway, in 5th grade, went to Disneyland, went downstairs at Disneyland, did the whole trauma and abuse thing. And I think that the other girl from my class at school was involved, but I don't remember how she was involved or what happened. So that gives you the gist of the abuse that I was looking at daily. However, one thing that I want to make sure that the listeners understand is that so all of those things happened to my other personality. One part of me would say that didn't happen to me because my surface level memories, I used to describe these as core memories. That is not the correct term. My surface memories, my cover story, the one that I myself believed was one thing, but then I have a primary, or had a primary alternate, the one who she had a name. She technically still does, but I don't answer to it anymore. But all of those things happened to her rather than to me, if you can see it that way. These things happen to my body. My body suffered all of the abuse, and my body remembers all of it. But my surface level memory has a lot of holes in it. And I was hypnotized to not notice the holes. But as soon as I realized that the holes were there, I went back and they were all over the place. And so I can now find a hole, find out where there is a hole in my memory, and I can access that hole and look down into it. Those are my memories. I have access to them. But I have to first find the hole where the memories exist so that I can access the memories. That's the biggest trick. But looking back over my life and childhood, there's a lot of days where I was like, something weird happened that day. Something was off that day. I don't know what, I can't describe it, but I always knew something stuck out in my memory as being odd. And now I can go back and look through those memories and find out what the odd thing was and what the abuse was that I was hypnotized to forget. Am I making sense through all of that?
Absolutely. Thank you for breaking that down. It's so complex for people to understand if they haven't gone through it and we're not taught about it. So this is like, a relearning experience for all of us to learn how our bodies actually work.
Yeah, and it's a really, really unique experience waking up on the other end of it. Let me talk for a minute about my alternate personalities.
Okay.
Because I have several. I don't anymore. My DID was healed in November of 2018. And at that time, all of the demonic entities were sent back to where they belong. My personality was completely reincorporated, and all of my keywords were canceled. However, because at my core, or at my surface level, I didn't know that that was a problem to begin with. I didn't know at the time that it got healed. So it's the last 5 years, and especially the last 9 months, has been very integral in me reintegrating my full personality. Some of my personalities, I had one that stopped growing, stopped maturing at the age of 3. So at 40 years old, you could say that keyword, the name of that person, and I would automatically, instantly become a 3-year-old. Act like a 3-year-old, talk like a 3-year-old, and start looking for diapers to put on. And part of the purpose for this personality was for pedophiles. Because there's a lot of pedophiles who really, really like that age group. And that age group isn't necessarily available. Or they may desire to inflict more harm and punishment than an actual 3-year-old could survive and sustain. And so they'll take an older child who might be 8 or 10 and keyword them into believing that they're a 3-year-old, and that way you can abuse them like a 3-year-old. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Another personality, I believed I was a dog. And this one was instilled by my mother because she wanted me to believe I was a dog. I was mostly called it or bitch. But I'll give you this one. I don't want to tell you the names of my altars, but I'll tell you this one because it's so ironic. The name of that altar, and of course I wouldn't tell you if you could use these keywords to access me, I would not tell you. But my mother ironically named me as a dog Princess. And as a child, I was forced to be naked, wear a collar around the house, be put on a chain outside in the backyard, and sleep in the doghouse overnight, even in the winter. If I made my mom mad, I got put in the doghouse, and that meant I got turned into a dog where I thought I was one. I remember one time, I think my dad was out of town on business, and my grandfather was afraid I was going to freeze to death, and he drove across town and saved me because I was outside. Let me think where to go next. Oh, my personalities, right? That's where I was. So the dog, the 3-year-old, and the one that I call my primary altar are the ones that have names. One thing that's really funny, really, really funny, is I later got a dog when I was about 8 years old. I finally got the wish I'd been dreaming of my entire life, and I received a puppy. And guess what I named her? I named her Princess.
Oh my gosh, that's like so sweet and innocent and like so horrifying at the same time.
Right?
Yes.
And so I named my dog Princess, thinking that would be a good name for a dog, not knowing that that was a name that had been used to shame and humiliate me. But on that, let me take a quick pause here to talk about shame and humiliation. I rebuke it. I rebuke shame. I rebuke humiliation. Those people abused me by causing me shame and humiliation. And one of my idols, Eleanor Roosevelt, said, "No one can humiliate you without your permission." And I deny them permission. I deny them consent. They may no longer humiliate me. They may no longer shame me. I will not bear it. I will not continue to allow them to abuse me by continuing to wear the shame and humiliation that they placed upon me. I will not. And for the listeners who are listening, if you're hearing these things and you feel shame and humiliation for me, please don't. Please rebuke that. I rebuke it. I will not carry it. Please don't put it on me. I refuse. I suffered it when I suffered it, and I refuse to re-suffer that trauma. So thank you for allowing me to say that.
Yeah, hopefully anybody listening, do the same thing. Follow suit. Throw it away, you guys. If you're carrying it too, throw it away. It's not your weight to carry.
Please, listeners, hear Emma. It is not your weight to carry. They did this to you to cause trauma. You can rebuke it. You can deny it. You have within you the power to revoke the consent to give them your humiliation, and it takes away their power. Moving on.
Okay.
Other alter person. So my primary alternate, she is the one whose memories are the closest underneath the surface memories. The 3-year-old, I don't really feel like she's still a part of me. She's still my inner child, right? And I still have a deep, deep connection with animals. And maybe it's because for a long time I thought I was one. But those personalities got faded and they didn't get used as much over time. My primary alternate, also, that name also begins with the initial D. And in fact, the two names sound kind of similar, so people would say my alter's name as a keyword to try to keyword me into trance. But it didn't always work. And then they would have to play it off like they just said the wrong name. But they do that on purpose. They do similar sounding names on purpose so they can do that. But I have shades of what was programmed into my personality that were not necessarily human, but that were trained to respond in group and according to codes by color. So I know that I'm programmed according to color it doesn't work anymore because I can see the colors now and it doesn't work. But if I was shown a lot of colors with a lot of red images, it would evoke certain things within me. If I was shown, and different colors would evoke different things, and different colors would then trigger different programming. And there was at least one program, that I carried that every other person also carried. And when that program was triggered, we were all supposed to act as one united, as one mind with no individual minds. And then there was a blank personality. So if they wanted to install a new one, they could call forward the blank personality like a blank sheet of paper to fill in. And I don't know if I have a name as a spy. I am a CIA trained super soldier. I was on the security detail for the Queen of England. And I was used, in the back rooms at the parties that night too. But they trained me. I'm going to take some pride in it. And my mind is jumping a little bit around, just a little bit.
No, you're good. Do you mind if I
So
ask a question real quick? I wanted to see,
please
so
do.
this is happening in the background that you are being, you know, you're being flighted off to different islands, these remote places, you're going to Disneyland. What's your life, your front life like? How's school? Are you also experiencing abuse at school? Are you even going to school? What's that life look like? Sort of the normal side of what other people might have seen you and your family life like.
Very good question, and thank you for taking me there. From the outside, I mean, even the neighbors knew that my mother was abusing me. My siblings had to use their phones. But on the outside, if you didn't know, my family looked like a very, very happy Mormon family. My surface personality did not know I was being abused. I literally didn't. I remember, and I did attend regular public school. I actually attended BYU preschool. Brigham Young University had a preschool. And I remember there was a big room, and one whole wall of the big room was one-sided mirrors so that the students or whoever else could come in and watch us. That is interesting also because, not just the mirror, but the fact that I attended BYU preschool was interesting because when I was in, I want to say about 11th grade at Provo High School, I was in my child development class and they played a video from BYU preschool and I was in it. So I don't know if that was the thing that was meant to come back up and like reinforce programming, and that's why they showed me the video of myself when I was in 11th grade, or if that was just an actual coincidence. But it was funny for me sitting in class and I raised my hand and said to the teacher, "That's me in the video right there wearing that shirt." So I attended BYU preschool, then I attended regular public school. And I do remember my surface memories. I always had weird bruises. I always had unexplainable bruises on my arms and legs and hips. And it was just commonplace to where I didn't even worry about it. But I remember being a teenager and I read a book about a girl who had leukemia. And part of the way that she found out she had leukemia was because she was having severe bruises. And I remember going to my mother and saying, "Mom, I have these bruises all the time. Do you think I have leukemia?" And my mom said, no, that's not it at all. And of course it wasn't, it was abuse. But I didn't know that. And for people who don't believe in these things because they don't understand how severely your brain can hide secrets from itself, it's real. My alternate personality intentionally kept secrets from my surface personality in order to protect myself. It's weird. One thing that is interesting related to school is if I had gone, say, to the nurse at school with a bruise or a complaint, the front desk lady in the office at my elementary school lived across the street from us and was good friends with my mother.
Oh my gosh.
So that wouldn't have gone far.
Were you in any, I don't know what existed then. Nowadays they might call it gifted and talented, or there's just a bunch of different names. Were you recognized for IQ, or were you pulled out of class at all for having abilities? I know it sounds like you were a very, very smart child.
Thank you. I think I was, but also the people who were raising me thought I was dumb because I didn't know what was really going on in my own life. I was not identified by GATE programs, and I would not have been because I was already in the program.
I see.
By the time I hit kindergarten, I was already programmed. So I do remember being pulled out of class a few times when the BYU preschool people came to follow up, like once in first grade, once in third grade, and they did a little interview with me and asked me questions and had me did a little test to see where I was at. But I never knew much about that other than that they pulled me out of class for 20 minutes. And then again, maybe they did more than that. Who knows? I haven't looked back yet to check those specifically. But I always thought that I was smart. And my mother, when I was very small, she told me I was smart. When she was in her surface personality, so she actually cared about me. At least I thought she did. If she didn't actually care about me, she was good at pretending. But I also think that over time, that her underlying personalities incorporated more with her surface personality, which means that her demons came more and more to the surface. I think that in school, I was very, very well behaved. I was always well behaved. I always got good grades. Anything less than an A was unacceptable in my household. And here's the thing is, there are things that I know that surface I should have gotten in trouble for that I never got punished for. But I believe that they would put me into an alternate personality and punish me. So there were things that, like, I thought I was cool because I got away with, but my alternate personality was getting punished and I never knew. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
And clearly it's ineffective punishing because I never got the lesson. But those things happened. Okay, so my mother eventually had another child. Right, let me wrap up. I think that's the gist of the alternate personalities.
Okay.
There are more there because they can be created, like the one that's blank. They can be written into, and more personalities can be created. But I do believe that the one that was supposed to act as in unison with the others was intended for a New World Order plan.
And what was the programming like for that? I've had some people on my show that were sort of in charge of tracking and recruiting people. I've had others that believe that their New World Order programming, they were to go hunt people. Do you know what you were supposed to be used for that?
I believe that I had a specific role. My family wanted to take over the world and they had a plan to do it. My family was actively involved in an NWO plan. And I believe that I had an active role to play in that plan, whether I knew about it or not. I don't know exactly what my role was, but I also know they tried to kill me prior to it going into effect. So it would have still worked. The plan would have still worked even with me dead. But what I get when I go into that mostly is that when we got whatever trigger was supposed to trigger all of us, we would lose all independent thought whatsoever and would act with a combined mind. Does that make sense?
Like one consciousness, same goal, and like
Yeah.
a computer almost, different pieces of a computer working
Yeah.
together.
Yeah. And there is a bioelectronic web that connects each of these humans to each other.
Can you explain that at all?
Yes, but it kind of comes up more later in the story. I want to talk about the bugs because the bugs are real.
I'm jumping ahead.
You want to talk about the
Let's do it.
You want to jump ahead? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So last summer, and at this point, I had my DID healed, but I didn't know yet, and I still had a bug, and I was still at that point in time. I'll get to the story later. Let me tell you what happened. I made myself a drink one day, and it was 1 cap of apple cider vinegar with the mother. It was 1 shot of Everclear and 2 ounces of mango juice, mango nectar. And I called it piss and vinegar. Everclear, the piss, and vinegar. And the way I said it was alcohol, or piss of the alcoholic father, vinegar of the mother, make the man go down. And I put a dash of salt on it. And when I was doing that, I had this sense like something's up right now. But I hadn't, you just kind of feel a change in the vibration, but I didn't know. And I drank that and I got a little bit drunk and had a good afternoon and was fine. The next day, I pooped and it looked like there was a shoelace wrapped around my poop. And I didn't remember eating any shoelaces. And this was after my DID was resolved, so I wasn't having memory gaps. I believe that the shot that I drank of Everclear, apple cider vinegar, and mango killed my tapeworm. Except it didn't kill it completely. It killed it about 95%. It killed my tapeworm, and I ejected the tapeworm, and it came out wrapped around a poop. And I said something to it about my husband at the time, and he just gaslighted me. And I think he didn't say anything else about it after that. But I do believe that I was still following a lot of hypnotic controls and suggestions, even though my DID was resolved. And I was still being used as a slave, even though they couldn't access me through keywords. They would just manipulate where I was going, who I was with, what I would do. But when I lost that, it changed things, and I had more access to my own thoughts, and I was able to control my own thoughts and make my own choices with a little bit more strength and conviction than I had before.
Wow.
Okay, so that left about, I'm guessing, 5% of it in me. And that was important, because if it had all died, if the whole thing had fallen out of me, they would have known. It would have sent a signal that I was disconnected. So the fact that it left a 3-inch strip kept me just connected enough that they believed I was connected. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I know this because I know when and where I was and what happened when I lost the last bit. So this is more recently. I drank my same drink, my piss and vinegar shot. But I did it 3 days in a row. And on the evening of the third day, I was sitting and I could feel where the bug was. Especially after I lost it initially, I had pains along the side in my stomach, about 3 inches to the right of my belly button, my right, in a vertical line. And so I was kind of aware that there was probably something still there. And I could also tell when they were zapping me because it would hurt more. It would ache when I was getting zapped. My ears would ring. I could hear more ringing in my ears, and that part of my stomach would ache. So that's how I knew I was being zapped. They call it wireless technology for a reason, because it is. They can zap you right through walls and right through your own body. And I'm sorry, for those who don't believe it, it's real. But because the full bug wasn't there, they weren't able to tap back in completely. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So there was the day I went 3 days where I drank that drink every day for 3 days. And I was sitting thinking about it with my hand on my belly where I had been feeling specific pains. And I could tell that they'd been like, I specifically was drinking the drink 3 days in a row because I could feel them targeting me in that area. And I wanted to do whatever it took. But on the third day, I was sitting there with my hand resting on my belly, and within my belly, I felt the final bit of it peel. I felt it peel off of the inside of my belly. And in my mind, I went, oh my gosh, was that it? Was that the last time I bugged? And as I was thinking that thought, I experienced an electrical shock in my belly at that exact location. And that electrical shock was me disconnecting from the network.
Holy smokes.
If it hadn't happened to me, I'd have a hard time believing it too, but I know that it happened. And in fact, I know they panicked because I'm being constantly stalked and watched and tracked. And I stayed silent for like 2.5 hours, and I let them think I was dead, and then I just laughed my ass off.
I totally believe you because I haven't had somebody explain it the same way that you did, that it's like a connection to a network almost electronically or sort of psychically in a way, where they can track you
Both,
from.
both electronic and psychic, yes.
Yeah, but you're corroborating other stories that have been on here. I've had a lot of survivors have a big event in their story where they somehow discarded parasites or were infected with them, and it was just a part of their story because whether it took them out health-wise, whether it caused, a disease, um, those have been a big part of survivor stories who have been in, Monarch and MK Ultra. So thank you for sharing that. That is a very big piece of the puzzle that's not talked about enough.
Um, thank you, Emma, and I'm thrilled to share it. And I hope that if you want to try it, I believe that the best study is a self-study. And if that's a thing, that is a thing that you can test for yourself. Anybody, any listener could. Drink what I described. And if you poop out a shoelace the next day, I might be onto something. Also, if after this comes out, all of the Everclear disappears from the stores, then we'll know I'm onto something.
And so after that disconnection too, did that trigger something? Because I know you said you were sort of relieved that there was the 3-inch strip left. When that disconnected, were you scared at all that, oh my gosh, they're gonna know I disconnected? Was there any sort of indication that they knew? And how was that?
Um, Magic is real, right?
Yes.
We're talking about magic is real. One of the reasons that people liked me as a sex slave is because I am a magical being, and by having sex with me, they could pull from my magic. Since for the last 9 months, I have been unabused. No one has been able to access my own personal energies. And my own personal energies are growing, and the way that they should have when I was a child, had I not had them tamped down and robbed, basically. My own psychic abilities have been coming on board fully. And I don't think they're on board yet fully, but they've been coming on. And I have psychic abilities now that I did not have before. You know that feeling that you have when you're being watched? I have that all the time because I'm always being watched. And sometimes it's more if I'm in my car or if I'm visible. When I dropped the last bit of the bug, I knew that I was actively being, like, I'm bugged right now. They know, they're listening to this conversation while we're talking. And I know that. But I also know that these people are trying to kill me, and they're going to try whether I talk or not. And the best way I can keep them from silencing me is to be as loud as I can. They were actively watching me when the bug fully disconnected. They were not, at the time that the first 95% dropped, they weren't watching me closely because they didn't know that I was a runaway. Even the program managers 9 months ago didn't know that my DID had been healed and that my keywords had been fixed because they don't believe it's possible. And when my keywords first started breaking and when my DID got healed, I call him husband number one, who was my handler, he was terrified of being shamed for not being able to control me. So he didn't tell anybody. He kept it a secret, and then he tried to traffic me and murder me rather than admit to the program that I was out of control. So it took 5 years. Took 5 years for me to realize that I was in the program. It took 5 years for the program to realize that I was a runaway and needed reeling back in. My family tried to just handle me themselves and they've been trying desperately for the last 5 years to find a keyword that would get in so that they could bring me back under. It's impossible, it won't work, but they've been trying desperately for 5 years, and they thought they could, and they thought that they wouldn't have to tell the program. They thought they wouldn't have to report to the program that I was out of control. They don't want to report to the program that I'm out of control. They thought that they could just bring me back under control and everything would be fine. So 9 months ago, I was with husband number two when I dropped the first part, the most of my of my bug. It was only actually in the last few weeks that I lost the last little bit. But so when I lost most of it, I had a handler and the program didn't think I was a problem. They weren't watching. Within the last few weeks, the program absolutely knows that I'm a runaway. They absolutely know that I'm a problem, and they're absolutely trying to do everything they can to suck me back in and or silence me. So they didn't notice when at first. I don't know if even if they were watching, I don't know if they would have noticed a change when I lost the first 95% of it. It was still active and it was reporting back into the system, so they didn't consider me lost until it actually got lost. Does that make sense?
Yes. And now you're a rogue asset. And like you said, that's not all the time and energy and money and decades that they put into you being a slave. And now you've just broken free and like broken the connection that they have with you. Nobody wants
Oh,
that.
they're pissed.
They're
Oh,
pissed.
they're pissed. Yeah. So Emma, I actually have a theory. This is, I'm pretty sure actually, but because I have nothing to collaborate it outside of my own personal experiences, I don't want to make a claim. But I have a theory that there was an NWO plan that was intended to go into action last October 2023, on the new moon eclipse, and it failed. And in that plan is when me and others would have acted as one, marching in lockstep, would have followed orders and done whatever they wanted to whoever we wanted.
The Black Awakening.
Does that, I don't know if you know anything, because I have very few people to speak to. And I'm curious if you heard anything about a plan that was supposed to go last October with the new moon eclipse specifically.
I have not heard that specifically. I have heard of what has been termed the Black Awakening, which is essentially that it's an activation for sleeper soldiers to carry out the New World Order agenda in tandem. So I have heard that, but I haven't heard from people a date of, exactly when, or when it was maybe supposed to, or when it's going to. So that's really fascinating that you were able to provide that today.
It is my personal belief that a plan was set and the trigger on it was pulled on October 14th, 2023. But it was kind of like a Y2K glitch. There was a glitch in the system and the whole thing failed. That is my personal belief.
And what what brought you to that day specifically? I know dates are really important.
That is the day of the new moon eclipse.
The eclipse, okay. Interesting. Wow. And so if you want to talk
I
a
can
little
go
bit
into more of that, but I want to tell the whole story related around that. So we have to
absolutely.
build up to it.
Let's do it.
How are we on time, by the way?
Perfect. We're doing good.
Okay. In my mind, I was thinking I'd pack like my childhood into half an hour and my first marriage into half an hour. That's not happening.
No, it doesn't always go to plan. We're doing good though. This is a lot of good stuff that you're sharing, so we'll take as long as we need.
Well, next, if I can, we'll come back to the NWO stuff, but if I can, I want to jump back to my teenage years.
Yes.
Because some really interesting things happened in my teenage years. One thing that is really funny, and you may have noticed this, is there's a lot of TVs and movies that tell fictional stories of the things that have happened in my life as though they were fiction, but it's almost like they're giving us clues. Have you noticed that?
It's curious, isn't it? How they make quote unquote fiction and it's usually not.
Right? Okay, so I'm gonna take a deep dive here, all right?
Do it.
But this happened to me, so I can. If this had happened to somebody else, I wouldn't be able to express it this way. I can tell you the facts of what happened to me. I don't know if you're old enough. I don't think you're old enough, but you might remember there was a movie in the 80s with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger called Twins.
Yes, I do.
And the theory, do you remember?
Yeah.
So the theory is multiple fathers, multiple surrogates, all donated their DNA into the egg of a woman, and 2 infants were produced. And one of them had all of the good traits, and one of them had all of the bad traits. Arnold Schwarzenegger being the good twin, and Danny DeVito being the leftovers, right? That is a real program, and I was involved in it. I was impregnated 3 times while I was a teenager. Again, remember, my pediatrician was part of the whole program. My family is high bloodline. We were early in, and we were deeply involved. So early to mid 90s, I didn't start my period till I was 14. And I think that I probably told my body not to start my period until then, because I knew I would be used for this. Once I was having a period, I was impregnated, and I was impregnated with twins. I think I was 14. This happened 3 times. So at 14, 15, and 16. And they impregnated me in January or February, and then I want to say February, and then they go in 4 months later, at 4 months, and retrieve the fetuses. And so then when they retrieved the fetuses, there would be 2, and they would basically throw away the small one or even reincorporate it. And then the big one was placed into a type of incubator where the placenta was attached to something that I would describe as a fabric of flesh, like biomechanical flesh. And so the placenta that had been attached to the inside of my womb was scraped off my womb. They pull the babies out in their bags, and then they take the placenta and attach it to this flesh fabric. And then the flesh fabric is injected with nutrients and fluids and such to continue to help the baby and the placenta grow. Does that make sense?
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's like the Matrix, how they show, in sort of the artificial simulation births and conceptions that you see that are again called fiction.
Yeah. Not fiction. It's my real life. My real life requires no exaggeration. So I didn't miss any school for it because it happened during the summertime. Here's a weird thing. My surface personality did not know I was pregnant, but my underlying personality did. And my siblings did not know I was pregnant. But I remember one time my older sister kind of giving me crap because my belly was round and hers was flat. And I was like, my belly's firm. What's your problem? Well, it was firm. I was pregnant. But I didn't know that. And let's see, the summer that I was 14, it would have been the first time that they did this. I went to basketball camp in Colorado, and it was at the basketball camp in Colorado that they retrieved the fetuses.
Oh my gosh.
I remember we were staying in dorm rooms, and I had been assigned a roommate, and my roommate in the dorm room was also in the twin program and was also pregnant with twins. And I remember looking off of my balcony, and there was a bottle on the ground, like 2 floors down. And somebody had said something about somebody was leaving bottles on the ground and what to do if you saw one. But that bottle on the ground was a trigger for me. And I went down. It was set there to trigger me, to not when I say to trigger, some people think like trigger me to be upset. I mean, trigger me to go into a hypnotic state. And I saw that bottle on the ground, and I went down and I got it, and it had instructions in it, and I followed the instructions. And that allowed the people to come into, they literally came into the dorm room to do this. One thing I'm grateful for in that situation is they gave me pain meds, and they hypnotized me to not be in pain, because when they did it later the next year, they didn't give me pain meds.
It's like Alice in Wonderland, the little potion bottles with the directions.
Yep. And then they implanted me with a fake memory of security coming in, putting a wheelbarrow over the bottle and retrieving it. But I know that didn't actually happen. So I carried twins the spring when I was 14, the spring when I was 15, and the spring when I was 16. And all 3 times they were removed at the age of 4 months old, where the older twin was then placed on, like I said, the flesh fabric. And I believe the first time neither twin survived. But I think that one of the twins, I mean, they only intended one twin to survive. They may even feed the other twin to the one that survives.
Oh
I didn't ask those questions.
Oh.
But it is possible that I have 2 adult children. And I have heard not a single thing from them since they left my womb. I have no idea what happened to those babies. I worked as a CNA and a labor and delivery scrub tech when I was 18, 19 years old. And I worked in labor and delivery like my mother. And once in a while, we would have a girl come in and give a baby up for adoption. And I resonated with those girls so strongly in a way that I could not understand. I didn't understand at the time why them giving their babies up for adoption struck me so severely. But now I understand. Any questions on that?
I'm so sorry for what you went through. These stories, I mean, it's all horrifying, but thinking about how young you were and then these other little souls that like you didn't even know that you were pregnant with, and like it's just horrifying. It's just like I said, it's just beyond anything. And I'm really sorry that that happened to you.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you so much.
It's really
I
sad.
told you this on the phone, but for people like me, where every person in my life was a handler or an abuser, and I had nothing but gaslighters on all sides. So to tell somebody some of these things and to receive compassion is refreshing and healing, and I want you to know that.
I don't know how people couldn't feel this way. Bless you. Bless
One,
the girl. She's so proud of you, the little girl.
I'm proud of that little girl too. Isn't she a badass?
Yes, she turned into a badass.
One other thing about that twin program, and this is, I've told you what I know from my experience, but let me make a note that my pediatrician was involved in all of this, and he had a daughter that was my age. And I believe, I don't want to make any accusations, but I think it is very, very highly likely that she may have also been involved in the same program.
Oh my gosh.
I do know that she had to miss school for a whole year once. So I think that might be what was going on when that happened.
It would make perfect sense.
It really, really would. So where does that leave me? All through, again, go ahead.
I said teenage years we were talking about.
So I even had a pretty normal childhood. And even teenage years, other than the fact that I was pregnant with twins 3 times and didn't know it. As a Mormon girl, I was not allowed to date until I turned 16. I still did, and I hid it from my parents a little bit, but not much. I actually followed the rules most of the time and was a pretty good kid. I always had good grades in school, but I also, as a teenager, did not get along with my parents. We fought, we argued on a constant and daily basis. I never felt, and I know a lot of teenagers feel this way, but I never felt like they would be understanding or hear me out or be reasonable in anything that I tried to explain. But, that's normal teenagehood. That's not special to me. And I remember such conflicting feelings about my parents when I was a teenager, because I was like, I love them, but I hate them, but I love them, but I hate them. And so on. I moved out when I was still 17, because my birthday is at the end of the summer, but I had graduated high school. So the week after I graduated high school, I moved out into an apartment, and my mother even had to co-sign on the lease so that I could move out before I turned 18. But I was desperate to get out of that house. Even though I wasn't consciously aware of all of those, of everything that was actually happening, I was desperate to get out of that house. My home life got a little bit better when my brothers went on their LDS missions. They were 6 and 7 years older than me, and at the time, LDS boys were going on missions at the age of 19. And so I was like 11, 12 when they finally left on their missions, and that was a tremendous relief for me. My mother, who couldn't, once I started going to school and the bruises and broken bones would have been more obvious, she had to lay off on the physical abuse. And her way to get around that was to get my brothers to abuse me. She taught my brothers to bully me severely because she figured she didn't have to hold my head underwater if she could get my brothers to tickle me until I couldn't breathe and I turned purple. So I was tremendously grateful when they went on their Mormon missions, and I finally got a relief from their abuse. But when I was 17, I finally moved out, and I'm a very independent person. I was speaking in full sentences at 18 months, and I was never, ever truly cared for by the people who said they were going to care for me, so I learned how to take care of myself. I became a CNA before I was graduated high school, and I moved from northern Utah, Provo, to southern Utah, and I got a job at the hospital working in labor and delivery. I worked with doctors. I was trained as a scrub tech, and I really, really loved that job. But this is where we transition into handler number 2. I consider my parents my first handler. They sold me to who I call was the number 1. He was my husband. He was the first one. And we were married for 23 years. It was an arranged marriage. I thought that it was a casual blind date setup. There was a nurse I was working with. She said, "You got to meet my son." And we went out on a blind date and got engaged 5 weeks later. But it was not blind on his end. His father was military, he was a Marine in not World War II, but one of the conflicts since then. And his father, or his grandfather, also was a retiree, or eventually retired from the Arizona Highway Patrol. So if it's the kind of thing that you're looking for, military service or anything that you might get a retirement for, his grandpa had 2 retirements, one from the Arizona Highway Patrol and one from the Marines. And that does come into the Mormon Mafia type of pyramid structure, because doing things like military service earns you points that will lead to you ranking up in the pyramid structure. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And are you familiar with that, Emma? That the military service and law enforcement service and things like that do actually feed into, like, you get points from that you get credit for in the cult systems. Do you know about that?
I've heard what you're saying from other people in different varying degrees, and even how that mixes into, Freemasonry, which I know is also really big in the Mormon church too. It's kind of like
Yeah.
a web, like a brotherhood, of things that seem unrelated, but they all really tie in together.
Exactly. They seem unrelated, but they all tie in together. You're right about that. So anyway, I was working at the hospital. I had a great job. I was a young adult. I was doing my thing, and I wasn't planning on getting married for a while. And then I was set on a blind date with this guy. And what I know now, like, I thought that the Holy Ghost was telling me, you should marry him. But what it actually was they were psychically dropping into my programming, you should marry this guy. So I thought it was my own idea, or I thought it was the Holy Ghost telling me to marry this guy. So I received the spiritual conviction that I should marry him. Now I don't believe it was a spiritual conviction. Now I believe it was an ultra conviction. And that's not the same thing. But at the age of 19, I married this guy, and I thought I was happy for a long time. We were married for 23 years, and he got worse and worse and worse over time. marrying me was a big deal for him because he married up. And he used to say so. I thought he was talking about me. He meant my family, because I didn't realize that my family was actively Mormon Mafia. But he did. That's why he married me. He married me for my family, not for me. Well, he married me so that he could own me as a sex slave, but not because he loved me as a person. I was married at 19. We had our first child a year later, and our second child 3 years after that. And I haven't had any more babies that I know of, and I'm pretty sure. I did, on the other hand, have 53 foster children. And that was another part of the abuse. I was so proud of myself for because I loved those kids. I absolutely, genuinely, with my whole heart, I loved those children, and I wanted to do whatever I could to help them have successful lives. But under the surface, I was doing different things that I didn't know I was doing. I was used, so my husband, he was actively abusing our foster kids and allowing other people to abuse our foster kids and using me to abuse our foster kids. And we always only had teenagers too. So as the teenage boys, just like Boy Scouts, my husband was able to recruit them into the Mormon Mafia by doing the same thing my dad had done at scout camp, which was to molest and rape them. And then he would hypnotize me, or they would it's kind of, I don't know who does it, because like they're the ones who are supposed to do it in order to get credit for it. But I was the offering. I was the person that they hypnotized, aka beguiled, in order to rank in. And so my husband would make me have sex with my foster sons in order to rank them into the Mormon Mafia. When I became aware of this, I became absolutely sickened. You cannot comprehend. You cannot comprehend. Because I thought my children were safe in my house. And to realize that I myself was used to abuse them is absolutely horrifying. Absolutely. I rebuke shame and humiliation, but I'm closer to shame for those things than I am for anything I ever did in a satanic ritual underground. Because I brought those children into my home believing that I was bringing them into a safe place. And it breaks my heart that they were not as safe as I thought they were. But I also do believe that, and this is the thing I know, because my primary altar, the one who was used the most, she was a lot smarter than she let on. She was able, it was actually one of my foster daughters who gave me the clue. She started talking about Zoolander because she knew my foster daughter was more aware that I was being hypnotized than I was. And she started talking about Zoolander. Do you remember Zoolander, Emma?
I do.
Do you know what the movie's about? Do you remember the plot?
I remember Ben Stiller was in it, and I slightly remember the plot. It's been so long though since I watched it.
Right, and it's an older movie. The plot is the actor Zoolander, Derek Zoolander, gets MK Ultra'd. He gets hypnotized, and then they program him so that if they play the song by Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax, that he will go into hypnotic trance and kill the prime minister of some other country.
Dang, you're right.
So Zoolander is the plot of my life, except I would like to think that I'm smarter than him. I can read good. But it was one of my foster daughters who clued me in. And that was in my mid-20s. But what happened when that happened, my surface personality was never clued in. The person that got clued in was my alter personality. And what happened at that time was my alter personality realized that I was an alter personality. And at that point in time, I began learning to break free of the hypnosis. And here, they never knew this. They thought that when I was under hypnosis, under that name, that I could only think and act according to what they told me. They were wrong. I learned to flip over on keyword into that personality, but not be hypnotized. I learned how to act like I was hypnotized and let them think I was hypnotized but I was actively thinking and planning and making my own games. And I kept all of this from myself. I had a secret double life that I was keeping from myself. And that is kind of makes it fun because it's how I got back at them. And it's one way that in abusive situations, I was often able to manipulate them. Because if I knew that I was used to it. I was used to the abuse. I was used to the RAPE and all of the things. It was part of my life. It's what I was there for. But then I realized that I could wake up and control it. And I started doing those things and they never realized it. I actually believe that by the end of 2018, which is when I got healed, the reason that I wanted to have a QHHT session so badly was because my altar wanted to break the keywords. I didn't know I had keywords. My altar did, and my altar wanted to break the keywords. And I knew that if I had a QHHT session, that I could have a consent keyword installed, which would preclude and delete all previous keywords. And my altar was desperately trying to delete keywords. So because I was actually creating a plan to escape my own life as my alternate personality. I don't know exactly what that plan was. I know some things, but that plan got broken when I got fully healed. I wasn't expecting that. If I had broken my keywords but not been fully healed, I might have been able to carry out that plan as my altar to escape my life. I think I was going to run away in my RV, which is what I ended up doing 5 years later.
Wow.
And so I kind of want to say this because I want to talk about that part of it, about how I became more aware as my altar, and they thought I was under hypnosis and I wasn't, because it's one of the things that gives me vindication and satisfaction. Yes, they abused me horrifically for 45 years, but I was getting back at them the whole time I was, and they didn't know it. And I have one or two specific stories about that, but we'll have to come up to those. The point is, it was when my foster daughter clued me in about Zoolander that my altar started to wake up and started to take control in ways that other people didn't realize I was doing. It took me 20 years to break free, but I was actively working from the inside of my own life without knowing it. It's so weird. Once I was married, and by this time, see, my husband at least liked me. My mother had made it her life purpose to murder me. My mother never wanted anything good to happen to me. She pretended like she did. On the surface, she would say that, but then she would go behind my back and try and ruin the good things for me. So my life got a lot better when I moved out of my parents' house and when I got married. And then I had a person around me who actually cared about me, or he at least was much better about pretending it. But from marriage, as soon as we got married, my husband was required to handle me. He basically took on the job handling me, which meant he got access to me and he could pimp me out at parties or to his friends or however he wanted, and he did. I have no idea how many people I've had sex with. It's in the thousands. But I can't count them because I don't remember them. But my altar does, because she remembers all of it. So married to husband number one, there was a lot of Mormon parties, a lot of temple things. But on the surface, I didn't know. I was just a good little Mormon wife. I was raising my two little boys. I'd go to church on Sunday. I'd do activities during the week. And then I'd get pimped out on Saturday night and not know about it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yes.
And that went on for a long, long time, and it got worse over time, partly because I was becoming more resistant, and so he became more abusive. But there are some specific things I want to tell you about. One of them, for example, was the 2002 Salt Lake Olympic Games. There's some of these memories I have not gone back into specifically because I'm not ready yet. Some of them, I know that there's a big scary thing and I'm not ready to look at it. And I have the ability and the choice to look at it as much as I want and as deeply as I want when I want. So some of these things I have chosen to not look into yet. I've been trying, you got to take a path through this stuff. You got to start with the surface stuff. You got to work your way in. But in 2001, my little family, by then I had two little boys. My baby was born in March of 2001. So when he was 6 months old, we moved from southern Utah to northern Utah. And we moved there just in time for the 2002 Olympic Games to show up. And this was right before we got into foster care. So husband was working at a very fancy restaurant downtown in Salt Lake that actually had alcohol, and not, especially back then, Utah had to change their alcohol laws in order to get the Olympics here. But that was a restaurant that actually had alcohol. And I'm pretty sure I was pimped out of that restaurant quite a lot. I might have been the German ski team involved, but I don't have clear enough memories to make accurate claims on those things. But I also know we went downtown for when the Olympics was going on, and just because I was awake walking around during the day didn't mean I wasn't going to get abused and molested, or that my kids couldn't, because at any time, like, we could be walking down a sidewalk and my husband could say my keyword, I'd flip into alter personality, and then he would tell me to go into the bathroom with a man, and I'd go into the bathroom with the man, then I'd come back out of the bathroom, he says my regular name, I flip back into primary personality, and I walk on not knowing anything happened. So there's much abuse that I may never find out about, because if I don't have a memory gap to look into, I might not know about it. But I know that those kind of things happened, and I know that I was actively used nearly every night of the Olympics. So my spouse, my handler, trafficker, he was able to, like, he had control of me. He got to pick who I had sex with, what parties I went to. But then if someone from the program called and said, hey, we need you guys this place, this date, we had to be there. And it was his job to get me there and to give me a cover story for why we were going there. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So there was a 2002 Olympics, and right after that is when we got into foster care. We had a total of 53 foster kids, and even though my kids were being abused, they also did receive love, and they also did receive teaching. And my children, we actually did group home foster care, which meant that myself, my spouse, and our two children lived in a home with 8 to 10 teenage foster kids at a time. And I loved it. I loved that life. I loved those kids. We used the teaching family model, which is a cognitive behavioral therapy treatment that rewards appropriate behaviors and gives consequences for negative behaviors, and so on. It is also, the Teaching Family Association uses the teaching family model, and that is also used in Boys Town, as well as at least 30 official places across the country, and more unofficially that use the same model and just don't call it that. My spouse and I, we actually did good work. Like, if you came over and saw our kids were smiling, our kids were happy, our kids weren't skulking around sad and bruised. You could not tell, I couldn't tell, and I was living with them, that we were abusing them, because I was actually offering them sincere, genuine love at the same time as well. It must have been incredibly confusing for them. But nevertheless, we were good. We were good at being foster parents, and we earned 2 national awards for it. And we did that for about 8 years, and we even got recruited. We were living in Utah when we did it first, and we got recruited by another agency in Virginia, and they moved us out to Virginia. So we lived in Virginia for several years, and it was quite a lot of things out there. One thing was, we were always Utah Jazz fans. So once, when the Utah Jazz were playing the Wizards in Washington, D.C., we went up and attended the game. And surface personality, I thought we were there for the game. I was actually there for programming training, and who knows what else during the night for the couple of days that we were in town in Washington, D.C. Does that make sense?
Yes. Do you remember anything from that one about what they were having you do there for your programming?
I'll tell you what I remember the most specifically. I remember the hotel we stayed in, and I think it all happened in the hotel. I don't think they took us out of the hotel. They either took me to a different room or they brought someone else into the room that I was in. And that's really, really easy. A lot of the pimping out happened when we were staying in hotels, and I would just be hypnotized and they would bring other people in. What I remember about that night is falling asleep and waking up in exactly the same position, and it felt like I had blinked. And I was like, that was the most comfortable bed ever. I like laid down, I closed my eyes, and I opened them and it was morning. That's what I remember. Because I was told to lay back down in the exact same position that I'd been in, and it really felt like I hadn't slept at all because I hadn't. I don't remember more details about the programming other than some of it was severely physical painfully, but I think I don't think that I had severe physical pain, trauma, and training there. I think that time it was mostly mental. I think it was things like either something over my ears or some type of helmet for programming. Does that answer as much as I can answer?
Yes, thank you for answering that.
Another thing about that trip, when we were at the Wizards game, we're in Washington, D.C., we go to the Verizon Center and enjoying the game. There's a guy sitting like one seat over from me, and I chit chatter, so I make conversation. Turns out that guy grew up in the same town that I grew up in and knew my sister in high school.
What?
Is it a small world or what?
It would appear that way, huh? On the surface.
It would appear. But actually he was a watcher and sub handler. He was active security. I didn't know that, but he was my security, sitting 2 seats away from me at the Wizards game to make sure that nobody messed with me and to make sure I didn't get into any trouble that I wasn't supposed to get into. And it was uncommonly common that me or my family would run into someone that we knew or that knew my dad in other parts of the country or other parts of the world. My second oldest brother, who was my mom's favorite, and I was his favorite to abuse, just like I was my mom's favorite to abuse. They teague-tam, never mind. But he joined the military, served a Mormon mission. His Mormon mission was to Argentina. And that might not mean anything to some people, but it meant something to my highly, incredibly racist Nazi family. I didn't know how racist my family was. I really didn't, because it never made sense to me. Like, we went to church and we were told that God loved all of us, and I didn't understand why God would love anybody different because their skin color was different, or because their eye color was different, or because their hair color was different. That just simply did not make any sense to me. So racism never made sense to me, and I thought that my family were sensible. So it didn't occur to me that my family would be racist, because it didn't occur to me that they weren't sane. But it turns out that my family is highly racist, severely racist, supremely supremacist, and has Nazi ties. So my brother went to Argentina on his mission. Could that have Nazi connections? I don't know. I wasn't there with him. But let me jump back to my siblings' missions, because that does matter. My other brother went to Alaska, which I don't know if he had any Russian connections when he was in Alaska. I don't know. I just wonder. And my younger sister, are you here with me, Emma? I'm just checking in.
Yep, go ahead.
My younger sister, I want to tell you where she went on her mission. She had a very unique mission. She served American Sign Language. So she served in America, but she served an American Sign Language mission. So she was in the deaf branch, And that meant she worked with a much smaller group of people. So not as many people would see her, and not as many people would notice if they didn't see her, is what I'm saying. Because my sister served her mission, American Sign Language speaking, in Anaheim, California. And based on some of the other things that my sister told me from her mission, I believe that she was not only abused severely and used as a sex slave for her entire mission. I have a theory that my sister actually carried a full-term baby and delivered it on her mission.
Oh my gosh.
She was known at church by the deaf members as the fat sister. They called her the fat sister. I mean, and deaf people are blunt. They just describe things and they say it. But she was always overweight and could have hidden a pregnancy very easily. And she had a lot of medical issues, and the way that she described her medical issues to me didn't make sense. But when I put it together with that story, it actually makes a lot of sense. Is that even more connections for you, Emma?
Oh my gosh, it's incredible how deep these stories go.
I feel like I'm a good one to tell a lot of it because I was at the center of a lot of things and I have a lot of these connections.
You had a really big family too that extended out and a lot of connections through your family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's something else. And all this time, I thought I had a normal life. I can't explain how weird it is to find out that I had a secret double life that I was keeping from myself and that my own husband was keeping from me, but I also was keeping secrets from him that he didn't know I was keeping. Let's see, I want to talk about the Queen of England. Go there.
Let's go there.
It might have been 2006, I want to say. It was in the early 2000s that the Queen of England came to America to celebrate the landing at Williamsburg. And we lived in Richmond, Virginia, later moved to Virginia Beach. And Williamsburg is right in between Richmond and Virginia Beach. So it's about maybe a little over an hour, not 2 hours, to get from Richmond to Williamsburg, even with traffic. And my family, in my surface mind, I was not aware that the Queen was coming that weekend. We just wanted to take a little family getaway, go down to Williamsburg. We had a condo that we stayed in. It was really cool. They had like these arcades where the kids could play. We could go in the pool. We just wanted to have a fun little family vacation. And that's what we did. Took my family, and my sons at the time were probably 4 and 7. Spent the nice weekend in Williamsburg and then went home afterwards. That's what it looked like on the surface. What it really was a family of 4 CIA-trained assassins that were strolling around Williamsburg as undercover spies. We weren't the only ones. Watching for anything amiss, watching for anything that we would need to report back before the Queen of England arrives tomorrow. And then for the 2 nights that we were there, staying in the condo, my husband would hypnotize me and the children, and then he would open the door, and we had worldwide dignitaries visiting the Queen of England in America, worldwide. I don't know who, but people, both nights, I think it was 2 nights that we were there. Both nights, people would come into our hotel room and rape and molest me and my sons. And then the day that we left, this is really fun. We got all packed up, loaded up the car, and went to go get on the freeway. And there was a barricade at the freeway entrance. And again, my surface memory wasn't thinking about the Queen of England visiting. I didn't know why there was a barricade there. And I told my husband just to go around it. And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and he went around it. So we got on the northbound freeway. And after a few minutes, I noticed that there were no other vehicles on the freeway, not passing us, not ahead of us, and not coming the other direction. And I said something to my spouse, and I was like, do you think it's weird that we're the only car? And we're driving a normal white four-door sedan. I was like, do you think it's weird? He didn't think it was weird. He knew exactly what's going on. Because had we been a normal family, we would have been pulled over and removed from the road. the Queen of England, we passed, she was going southbound, we were going northbound. We passed the Queen of England and her motorcade on the interstate while she was in between Richmond and Williamsburg. So we were actually continuing our duties as spies and security on the northbound freeway while the Queen was going on the southbound freeway, and we waved to her while we passed. How cool is that?
Wow.
That's what I said when I realized it.
I was gonna say that has to be like to not know what your life was, but to have been conscious in that moment because you were aware in that moment, you just didn't know what was going on. So you can actually look back and don't have to remember the memory. You just remember sort of driving and being confused and then having the memory come back of like what actually happened has to be so shocking to be like, holy crap, there was like a double side to that. Like I thought it was just
Right.
this. It was this.
Yeah. Like I used to think, well, and I was fully conscious in my surface personality when we passed her on the freeway. I was also at any time could be flipped into super soldier mode on a given snap of a finger. I could have been flipped into super soldier mode. And consider too that even though my boys were 4 and 7, they could too. Let's say we'd been downtown Williamsburg and stuff went wild. My spouse and I would have gone into super soldier mode and we would have done our job killing everybody that needed to be killed, or at least leveling them to the ground. And then my children at the ages of 4 and 6 would have been trained to grab sticks and run around and stab them into the eyes of anyone who was on the ground putting their brain out. Does that make sense? They were the childhood mercenaries. On a battlefield, when the word mercy on a battlefield is when someone is lying, dying, and they're like, please, someone come kill me because I'm about to die and I want to die now and not tomorrow after suffering for 24 hours. Yeah. So after a battle, there's always cries of mercy on the battlefield, and there are mercenaries who go out and murder the people crying for mercy so that they don't have to continue to be in pain. Does that make sense? And my children would have gone into that job.
Wow.
Yeah, it is wild to see the two stories from my own life. It's one thing to read a novel and be like, this person doesn't know what's going on in their own life. It was me. It was my own life.
Did you have
so
other
back to
times with
Williamsburg?
the Queen ever, or was that sort of a task that you were given? You were given that mission, and that was sort of like a one and done thing.
One and done. Most things from the program were not, at least in my life, were not ongoing. Most missions from the program were missions, like be available for the Olympics. For this 2-week period, be available for whatever. And it turned out being the fun side, which is the sex side, but that's not always fun. And I didn't have to do any, I don't believe that as an adult I've murdered anyone. I know I did as a child. I know that I've been part of that as the part of the satanic ritual abuse, where I was forced to murder people, but never as an adult. I don't believe that I was used for that as an adult, but I was highly used as a sex slave, and among high ranks. It's not really a braggable thing to be like, I'm a high rank sex slave, but you know, the lower rank sex slaves get mad about it. I don't know. There's a lot of weirdness within sex slavery. I don't know if you're aware that there are separate sex slaves that are HIV and STD positive. Are you aware of that?
Mm-mm.
The term that pops into my mind when I think about it is heave-ho, because HIV pronounced heave. So the HIV positive prostitutes are called heave-hos. And at the parties I would go to, I would be in a clean room because I'm clean. But a lot of the men aren't clean. And my handler is not about to let a man that's not clean handle me. Because if I become impure, then all of a sudden I'm worth a whole lot less. So they keep the HIV and STD slaves in separate rooms, and then the HIV positive and STD men go into those rooms. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Husband number 2 actually tried to get me infected with HIV so that he could use me that way. He did not succeed at that, by the way. What else? Oh, speaking of interacting with people, high-level people, I don't know if you've ever heard the name Johnny Bangater. The name Bangater is familiar to Utahns because we've had a governor named Bangater, and we have a highway named Bangater. Back in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, in southern Utah, where I moved right after high school, there was a very large group of white supremacists, and the leader of their group was named Johnny Bangater. So one time when I was 19, and jumping back a little bit in the story, back before I got married, I was single and I was hanging out with some guys. I was new in the area. I was making some new friends, and I was hanging out with some guys one night. We're in the car and they're like, "Hey, let's go to Johnny's house." And I don't know who Johnny is, but I'm like, "Okay, let's go to Johnny's house." So I ended up at Johnny Bangater's house. I ended up at the house of the head skinhead in Utah in 1995. I walked into the house and I was immediately concerned by the multiple firearms laying around and leaning up against the walls. Guns, pistols, rifles, shotguns. And I'm not bothered by guns. I know how to shoot a weapon very well. My first shot will get you between the eyes. Ask my husband when we play paintball. And that's kind of a trained thing too, that the first shot's always on. It wasn't the guns that bothered me. What bothered me was the amount of guns laying around so casually and the amount of small children walking around unconcerned. The house had almost as many children in it, less humans, less guns, less children than guns. But I was supremely bothered by the number of very small children that were walking around holding onto the coffee table where there were 3 pistols laying there. And I went outside. I was in the house for less than 2 minutes. They probably tried to hypnotize me. I don't believe that they had a chance because I was extremely uncomfortable, and I went outside and I would not go back in. And eventually my friends came out and they're like, "Well, if you don't want to go in, we'll just go." And we left. And I never went to Johnny Bangater's house again. What I now understand was that was my family. I thought that those were random friends. They were not. I never had random friends. I was not allowed to have random friends. I was arranged to meet up with those people so that those people could try to suck me into their white supremacist group. I did not allow that to happen. And I'm sure it was disappointing to them. But I told that story to somebody else a couple years later, and this guy looked at me and he said, "Do you realize that if you didn't have an FBI folder before you went there, you do now?" And until he said that, it hadn't occurred to me. But if I didn't have an FBI file before I went to Johnny Bangater's house, that's when it got started. However, now knowing that I was in the program my whole life, my FBI file started much sooner than that.
Right.
Any questions so far?
No, you're doing fantastic.
Okay. Please interrupt if you have anything, because I know that you have insights and connections that I might not be aware of, and I want to hear what you can connect me to as well.
Oh, I do have one thing actually. You had mentioned, and there is absolutely obviously no pressure to name names, but if there's anybody, you had mentioned kind of high-ranking people, if there's anybody you want to name or can name, I know that'll be puzzle pieces for people.
When I get to, I can jump ahead in the story a little bit to, I finally divorced, was the number 1. I had an interim handler. We call him the doctor. And then was the number 2. All of these were arranged by my family without my knowledge. I thought I met these people randomly at parties, but it was arranged for me to be at the party where I met the doctor. The doctor went to medical school, North Carolina, and he had a best friend in medical school that he calls Randy. Calls him Randy. Everyone else now calls Randy Senator. And I don't feel like I need to name his name, because if you look up an ophthalmologist who went to North Carolina and is now a senator, there you go. And he talks like this. But so my doctor boyfriend, handler, was best friends with that senator when they were in medical school. They were in the same fraternity, and they were in the same secret society. So there's a connection.
Freemasons?
I think it was probably the Skull and Bones that they were in.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's all connected. The Skull and Bones is connected to the Freemasons that are connected to the Mormon Freemasonry, connected. The secret societies are only secret from the rest of the world. They're not secret to each other.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a joke if you're Mormon and if you have a sense of humor for it, because in the Book of Mormon, they talk about secret societies and they call them Gadianton robbers. And they talk about, in the Book of Mormon, it talks about how the secret societies are what breaks down the world and warns us against them. And yet the Mormon Mafia created their own.
Whoa.
The Mormon Mafia, what were you saying?
I said, no way.
Yeah. The hypocrisy runs deep. But the Mormon Mafia, for those who don't know, because many probably don't, the Mormon Mafia is real. I didn't even know it existed. I'd heard jokes about it, but I didn't know it was real, and I certainly didn't know that my family was heavily in it. At this point in time, my dad has recruited for the Mormon Mafia for 60 years. My dad is 80 years old. I have not been in contact with my family in 3 months. I basically told them to call me back when they can remember Christ-like compassion. But I said it nicer than that. I told them that I don't want to have contact with them because they cannot act Christ-like. So I haven't had contact with my family in about 3 months. But my dad at the age of 80 is one of the oldest Mormon Mafia members in Utah County at this time, which means he's ranked up there. And then he had a son, my brother, who joined the military, and that brother became a lieutenant colonel. And I probably couldn't even name all of the ranks going up, but lieutenant colonel's pretty up there. My brother has a very good retirement, and he's still very, very close-knit with his high military connections. And he now, if he still has the same job, last I heard, he was working for the Social Security Administration currently. So he's very, very deeply tied in and had high connections to the military. That all make sense?
Yep.
Oh, also, my older sister, she married a guy who also became lieutenant colonel. So we have 2 lieutenant colonels in the family.
Not a coincidence.
Also, the doctor is a urologist, and my uncle is also a urologist. And I believe that the 2 of them know each other through the urology convention. So my feeling or my guess on it is that when I kicked my husband out and my family said, okay, we need a new handler, somebody find a new handler, that my uncle said, well, hey, I got this other doctor I know. And they called him, arranged for him to be at the party that I was at in Las Vegas on the certain date. And he was there to meet me. And then the funny thing is, I walked right up to him and I said, hi, it's my birthday and you need to meet me. And he laughed about that forever. Because he came to that party to meet me and I walked right up to him and I said, you need to meet me. I was also wearing a crown because it was my birthday.
What was the event that you were at in Las Vegas?
That's swinger party.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize because I'm jumping around.
No, you're
this
good.
would make somewhat more sense in a little bit linear fashion. After being married about, what was that?
I said these stories always skip around. You sort of have to make it make sense.
Right, and I'm trying to keep it at least centralized on the handler that I had at the time. So while was the number one was my handler. Shoot, I had something I was going to say.
And then we were talking
Okay, it'll pop back up.
Las Vegas and handler
Oh,
two.
right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That caught me back up. Yeah. So while my spouse was pimping me out the entire marriage, if I went a month without having sex with other people, I'd be shocked. I at least got that when I was a teenager and I was pregnant. They made everybody leave their hands off me when I was pregnant. But it happened often. There was one time I remember very specifically, and this one I have an avid actual memory of, because I was in a sexual situation, I was doing a sexual thing, and the person that I was doing it with was someone that I knew in my daily life that I would not have had sex with. I would not have chosen to have sex with that person. So, but they accidentally said my name, and that pulled me out of alter personality into primary personality. And I woke up as myself having sex with this person that I would never have sex with. And then I looked over and my husband was standing there. And he immediately rehypnotized me, said the other name, pulled me back into the other personality. But on that occasion, he didn't do a very good job of reminding me to forget. Because when I woke up in the morning, I remembered all of it. Or not the entire thing, but I remembered waking up, looking down at the person that I was having sex with, and then looking over at my husband. And I believed it was a dream, because I didn't believe I would have done that. I didn't believe I would have had sex with that person, and I didn't believe I would have done it with my husband standing there. So even though it was the most vivid, real dream I had ever had, I still convinced myself it was a dream because I didn't believe that would have happened. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so, but about 15 years into the marriage, and we did foster care for 8 years, and that's when I went to nursing school. My husband almost got caught molesting kids, and not close enough to actually get in trouble, but close enough that we couldn't be foster parents anymore. And I was devastated, and I didn't get to say goodbye to my last foster son, and that still breaks my heart, and I still miss him. And even though I've talked to him on the phone since then, I haven't seen him since then, and I miss him, and I love him. Sorry. So I became a nurse, and even in nursing school, I had buddies assigned to me. There's one guy, I'll call him the pirate. And he was my buddy. He was my friend all through nursing school. But one day he said to me, hey, you got to go talk to those Mormon Mafia people. And I was like, what? Because at the time, I didn't even know that was a thing. And I didn't know that the Mormon Mafia had hired him to be my friend. But he said, you Mormon Mafia people, you got to get them to put an In-N-Out over here on the East Coast. Talk to those Mormon Mafia people, get them to build an In-N-Out over here. I thought he was joking. He was not joking. In-N-Out is connected to the Mormon Mafia, by the way.
No, love In-N-Out.
I know. Here's the thing about In-N-Out. If you go in there and you don't have any money, they'll print out the receipt and you can sign an IOU and they'll give you your food. You don't need money to eat at In-N-Out. The consequence of that is now you owe them, and even if you forget about it, they never will. And they use magical means to call on debts that are owed to them. So I don't recommend doing it. But my nursing school friend / sub handler, that's what he was. He was a sub handler. He was assigned by my handler to handle me. That was one of the clues that I had in my life that the Mormon Mafia was real and that I had access to talk to them. I don't know if you ever watch or even care about The Real Housewives, because The Real Housewives of Park City, there's a woman in there who claims to be a granddaughter, AKA princess of the Mormon Mafia. And I've had more than one person in my life mention that, like kind of point that, hey, did you notice that? Because they were giving me clues. So After I finished nursing school, we moved back to Utah. And my husband was unemployed for a year, and I was providing for my family. And even when he got a job, I still made twice as much money as him on the surface, not counting, because I never knew how much money he would. I still don't know how much money he made pimping me out. I know that he made money. I know that he traded me for drugs. And I know that he traded me for, they have their own, within these frameworks, they often create their own currency, but it's on a point system. So I think that the Mormon Mafia uses a point system, like priesthood points. You call it priesthood points. And rather, you can say, hey, I want to buy your daughter for a night. And instead of paying with money, you pay with points. And then tithings are paid with points. And there's a whole currency. You can buy almost whatever you want with these points. And then they can also be traded for cash. And I don't know how much cryptocurrency has to do with that, but I think it's related. But so I was working as a nurse, and now we're coming into the 2010s. I graduated nursing school in 2011. We moved back to Southern Utah. And of course, he was pimping me out here, but at least my foster kids weren't involved. So I was glad about that. My children were involved. Neither they or I had a choice about that. They have far more memory of these things than I do. My children remember episodes of my abuse that I do not recall. And I'm afraid that my children are afraid of me finding these things out because they'll think I'll be mad at them. I will not be mad at my children, and I hope my children hear this from me or from somewhere else and can know that. Right now, both of my sons, they're 20 and 26, 23 and 26, and they are involved deeply with my family, and I don't talk to them. I saw my son about 2 months ago, and the visit didn't go well because I called his dad out on abuse, and then he became scared that he was going to also get called on abuse. Because both of my sons, in some ways, also, they knew my keywords. They were able to access me. They were able to use me in other ways as well. And I know that my sons don't want me to know about those things because they think I'll be mad. But I won't be. It wasn't their fault. They were abused into abusing me, just like I was abused into abusing them. It's a system of abuse where the only way to stop getting abused is to become an abuser yourself. It's perpetuating. And the only way to stop it is to stop it. So at this point in time, I have no contact with any of my family, even my own sons, and that's very difficult for me. But that also means that I have nothing to lose. So I'm happy to talk about the things that I know are true. So as we were in the 2010s, so this is like only 10 years ago, while my husband was pimping me out, he was also cheating on me. And I was not allowed to cheat on him. See, the rules don't apply. The goose and the gander rules are different. He had no problem going out and having sex with anybody, but I was only allowed to have sex with the people who paid him for it. Isn't that ironic? But I caught my husband cheating on me. He came home from a work convention bragging about the girl that he'd been flirting with all week, and then his dick tasted like a condom. You can't put that past me, honey. I caught on to that. And it was after I caught him cheating on me that I told him that I wanted to be swingers. Because I figured he was doing it anyway. I wanted it on it too, and I thought we should be honest about it. And that's when we joined into the Mormon swinger community in Southern Utah. And there are many, many Mormon swingers. You would be surprised at how many Mormon swingers there are. And most of them are also connected to these connections in these groups. Are you hanging with me?
Yep.
You're doing such a good job listening.
You're doing amazing explaining all of this.
Good. Well, thank you. So after that, I went to swinger parties that were not what I thought they were. I would go to swinger parties where I would consensually have sexual interactions. Even then, my spouse hated for me to actually swap with somebody else. He hated for me to have sex with anyone unless he was getting paid for it. So he pretended like he played around with the swinger stuff, but he really actually hated it. He was only doing it because I caught him cheating, and he felt like he had to. But then at swinger parties, we'd go to swinger parties. I'd have fun. I would be there for the things. I would think I was involved. I would think I had participated in the whole party. And then he would flip me over into my alternate personality, and then everyone would go to town on me. So pretty sickening. And that is some of the hardest memories for me, because it's one thing if it's a European dignitary who's here to see the Queen. It's another thing if it's someone who's high up the pyramid ladder and knows my dad. To me, it's another thing when it's my friends, people that I hung out with on a daily basis. I know their children. We would take each other food if we were sick. I actually became very close friends with these people. And yet all of them knew this about me and were together offending on me after my lights went out. And that's one of the hardest things, is the absolute betrayal of every person who ever acted like they cared about me in order to manipulate me. That is one of the hardest things. And I know that's why my kids are afraid. They're afraid that I'll think that way about them, and I will not think that way about my kids. But there are many, many people who I was friends with or thought I was, and I bet you those people hope they never see me again, because now I know. Now I really know. And they really wish I didn't. Coming along in that, I was working as a nurse manager, and I'm grateful that I was not working as a floor nurse, because I could have very easily been mind manipulated to alter medications or even end someone's life when I thought that they were my patient, right? So I'm very, very grateful that I had very little hands-on patient care for most of my career as a nurse. I was a nurse manager for a long time. Then when I quit being a nurse manager was when I went to floor nursing, and then COVID happened. But as a nurse manager, what I didn't know was that my boss knew my keyword, and all of the male members of my manager team knew my keyword, and I was getting raped at work on a daily basis by my coworkers, and this went on for years. It's a game that they play. My spouse was aware of it, but it's a game that he played at his work too, because these men all know, and that many of us girls, and because the CIA Monarch, I don't know if Monarch does more girls than boys. MK Ultra was around 75% female. I think that Monarch they use everybody that they can get, so they use boys and girls, but that means that almost everyone who grew up in a strict Mormon family in the last 20 years has some type of Monarch programming going on at some level. So if a guy who's in the Mormon church or understands the program hires a girl who has grown up Mormon, she very likely is hypnotically programmed. And even if he can't find what her keyword is that's programmed in, he might be able to hypnotize her and train his own keyword into her. And I had at least one coworker that managed to hypnotize me without my keyword. They just knew enough about hypnosis, like I do now, that they were able to, using daily conversation, were able to roll me over into a trance state where they were then able to program me with their own keyword, so that coworker could come into my office. I had my own office. I kept my door closed so people wouldn't bother me, because I actually had a really busy job and I had things I had to do. And then little did I know that my work was being interrupted, so people could come into my office and molest me. And that's the thing that when I found out about, I had a lot more shock and shame about, but I have less now. And I'll tell you why. It's part of the game that they play. If you can get the girl, you can get her. If you can figure out how to roll her over, if you can get her to drop, that's the term they use. You can roll her over. If you can get her over the rainbow, if you can hypnotize that girl, if you can get her, you can get her. And it was like a thing for clout. So this one guy specifically, in this building that I worked in more than one, this one specific building that I worked in, I had more of the management team was men than I had had previously. It was more like half and half. And after 2 years working there, every man on that management team knew what my keyword was and could come into my office, and they probably like traded days. Like, you're Monday, I'll get her Monday, you get her Tuesday, so on. But what they didn't know, and I almost have guilt about the satisfaction that I feel over this, they're predators, and they were actively preying on me. They were actively preying on the other women in my building. The girl across the hall from me, they were preying on her. And then she was also mind controlled and being hypnotized so that if they came and went into my office several times, in and out of my office, she wouldn't notice, even though she was right across the hall, and vice versa. But then one day, this guy that I was working with came into my office with my keyword. So I answered the door as my alter, and he brought another guy in. And this other guy, this is the thing that they do all the time. They'd be like, look what I can do. I can hypnotize her and let you have sex with her. Isn't that fun? That happened all the time. What they didn't know, this guy, we'll call him Guy A, because that's the best term I can come for him. He would bring other guys into my office. And then he would be like, now we're going to hypnotize her and you can have sex with her. What these other men didn't know was that he had done the same thing to them. These men thought that they were the predators, but they were also being preyed on, and they didn't know it. Guy A did the same thing to them that he did to me. He found a way without my keyword to get me to drop into trance, and then trained me with the keyword. He did the same thing to all the other men on our management team. You want to talk about fucking the boss? This guy was actually doing it and hypnotizing him to forget. To think of what was going on, this was a healthcare building that has earned awards. And we were very professional. And anybody that came in on the surface, it looked like these people are here, these patients are here, and we're providing care. And what was actually going on was the management staff was running around hypnotizing and fucking anybody that they could. How's that?
Horrifying.
Yeah. Horrifying. So as a child, I had daily abuse that was physical, and the sexual abuse happened at night. As an adult, my daily life was filled with sexual abuse, and my surface personality was not aware of it. However, my secondary personality was aware of it, and like I told you before, she was fighting. So she as I as she, got to a point where it depended on the level of hypnosis and who was doing it, because some people are better at it, but I got good at fighting back. And I got to the point where a lot of the time, if not all the time, and with this guy specifically, he would keyword me, and that would roll me into my alternate personality, and I would pretend to be hypnotized, but I was not actually hypnotized. And then I was able to hypnotize him, and he never knew. And my goal in doing that was to stop my own abuse. Knowing that I was a sex slave, I let them use me as a sex slave, because even though I was aware of it and not as hypnotized as they thought, I was trying to find my own way to win the game. And so I let them use me that way. It was the only life I'd ever known as that personality, so that I could try to play it my way somehow. And I was able, doing that. I know this one man, and it's kind of, he felt like the king of the building, because he was even fucking over the boss, fucking him over, and the boss didn't know. But it gave me, even though I was being abused so severely, it gave me a sense of satisfaction in a kind of weird roundabout way, that he thought he was the king of everything, but I could actually hypnotize him. And so a lot of times I would go ahead and let him go through with the sexual instructions that he told me to do. But if it was something that I didn't want to do, I had the ability to hypnotize him and stop it. And I'm really, really, actually very, extremely proud of myself for being able to do that.
It's incredible.
Thank you. And they never suspected, because they never would. They really didn't think that if we were under hypnosis that we would have any ability to think and act for ourselves. And I don't know about the other girls, but I know I learned. And yet, even though I was learning, I had to keep secrets from myself in my cover so that I wouldn't give myself away.
Yeah, I was gonna say that had to have been really difficult too, in a sense of like breaking that character when a lot of people who go through remembering this trauma immediately might get admitted into a psych ward. They might have a psychotic breakdown. Like it's very obvious, where you seem to have somehow been able to like hold it together until you were safe.
I did. You're right, I did. And I don't know how. Other than it was just, again, my mother had broken both my legs twice and actually murdered me before I was 3. So what are you going to do? In fact, if all you're going to do is rape me and you're not going to beat me as part of it, then that's good news from the perspective I was coming from.
Which is so terrible.
But also I was trained through all of this to have an addiction to sex. I was addicted to sex until a little over a year ago. I loved sex and I was very good at it. There was a reason that I was traded among the high groups, because I was good. I was a great sex slave. Not to brag. I mean, how do you brag about being a sex slave, right? But this one time, and this happened after my healing, but before any of us knew I was healed, and I was still being used and manipulated under my surface personality. So I wasn't being hypnotized. They were just making sure that I had sex with all the people that they wanted me to have sex with. And because I had joined the swinger community with my spouse, even when I kicked him out, I stayed in the swinger community. So I was at a swinger party when I met the doctor, and then he would take me to swinger parties to have sex with the people he wanted me to have sex with. Does that make sense?
Yep. Just passed on, like you said, from there to another.
Yeah. And so again, the doctor, his college best friend, is now a well-known senator. And he invited a guy over one time. And so I know that this guy, also you can tell who's ranked higher up. I could tell that this guy was ranked up higher than the doctor. And the way I could tell was because the doctor performed fellatio on that guy. And I was in these situations that I started to recognize that that was a sign. If one guy performs fellatio on another guy, the guy giving it is lower rank than the guy getting it. And you can figure out the whole structure of who's above who if you can see who gives blowjobs to who. But anyway, so the doctor gave that, actually, I don't want to be too explicit, but the 3 of us had a really good time together. And that guy was standing at the foot of the bed when the doctor and I finished, and I had forgotten that he was standing there. But I looked over at him, and he stood there staring at me, and he said, "Well, that just ruined porn for me." And it's not like, that might not seem like something that's brag-worthy, but in the life that I lived, that's a brag-worthy moment.
Well, your whole identity was based off that. Like, I'm sure you had to find ways to like stay motivated through it and like look at it like how it was a job, something that you can progress in and be better at. Because it's like the
Exactly.
better you are, the more compliant you are, the more obedient, like the more they lay off on, the things that they do. Where if you rebel and you resist and you don't do what you're told, you're tortured more, you know?
Exactly. Emma, you're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right about that. And I am an intelligent person, but my surface personality was not aware, and in some ways was dumb to what was going on. My primary alter was not dumb to what was going on. And just like you said, it was her job. This was her career, and she was actively, she being I, but under a different set of memories, was actively working within her career to do as well as she could, to get as far as she could, she was even able, if I impressed a guy too much, I didn't want to impress a guy too much. If a guy likes you too much, he'll have you back and he'll do worse next time. So I actually learned how to hypnotize guys so that I could please them, but they wouldn't remember me, because I didn't, specific people, I would want them, I'd be like, okay, you can call me back. You can call and ask for me back. But that other guy, I don't want him to call and ask for me back. And I learned how to, either by pleasing them, mispleasing them, or hypnotizing them if I had to, I was able to manipulate who I would get hired by. Wild, huh?
Real wild. And obviously, too, in these systems, like how you said, it's a pyramid, there's a hierarchy. So, like, a lot of times, and it's so horrible, like it's like a catch-22 talking about it, because none of it's good, right? But there's rewards, there's promotions, there's financial gains, there's monetary achievements, there's actually getting items or homes, whatever it is. Like, you're also rewarded for doing a good job. And if that's what you're born into from like the day that you're born, like that's all that you know is like that's life. Like, you please people, you have sex with them, you're passed on, you're sold. Like, there's nothing in your life that would have happened to indicate that any of that was wrong. Like, that was just life for you.
You're absolutely right. Emma, thank you for understanding, and thank you for having that perception of it, not just for me, but for other victims out there. That is the life that was all I ever knew. That the only time I came awake as that personality was to perform sexually or participate in satanic rituals. And just like you said, I had to learn how to navigate within that, and I got very good at it. And I did it for a long time. I was doing that for 40 years. I got pretty good at it. If anything, when I was healed, I forgot completely for a while about my other personality. She had plans. She had ideas. She had, let me tell you something else. And this is really important. And this shows you that I was two people. One thing, when you think of the possible embarrassment, and I talk about my friends, so the people who I considered my friends, who would watch me get abused at these parties and never say anything to me, I didn't have friends. And even those people, I would be embarrassed because, like, if I think about it this way, those people were watching me get abused, but they weren't. They were watching the other me get abused. Does that make sense? My two personalities were very clear. I'm a very different person as this name versus this name, or was. I was a very different person under the two different names. And some people knew me as both of those names. I had a sub-handler in my first nursing job. She was on the management team with me. And then I ended up working with her in a total of 4 different jobs. I moved jobs, and then later she came and worked at that job with me. And then she moved jobs, and I went and moved over and worked at that job with her. She was my sub-handler the whole time. My surface personality, she was my best friend. I wasn't allowed to have friends, and she was my friend. She was actually a person I could talk to. She was a person I could complain to. She was a person who I truly believed knew my heart. What I didn't know was that she knew both of me. She knew me as my surface, but she also knew my altar as well as she knew me. And she cared about both parts of me. She cared about me as 2 separate people. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And 2 separate parts of me cared about her. You see, this girl was also raised Mormon Monarch program, also mind controlled, but she, like a lot of, they keep the boys more in the know the girls, they like don't tell us anything. The boys, they tell them, oh yeah, this is the plan all along. But her father had kept her more in the know, and that's how she was able to, she was more like one of the guys, acting like one of the guys, hypnotizing people like one of the guys, even sexually abusing people like one of the guys. But that was nothing new to me. And she was Mormon, and at the time, I was a very, very good Mormon. The really, really good Mormons are called Molly Mormons, and I was the molliest of the Mormons. I actually hated going to church, and I felt so guilty about it, that when I had the opportunity to attend the temple, I would. And when I lived in Virginia, I couldn't do that very often, but I would attend the temple in Utah all the time because there's temples all over the place in Utah. And I would even get up on Wednesday mornings before work. I'd get up at 4:30 in the morning, and I would do the 5:30 session at the temple so I could make it to the church on time, or make it to work on time. And even on those days, I was often a few minutes late, and my boss understood what I was doing, and she was cool with it. And so this friend of mine would often even come with me to the temple, and we would do our Wednesday morning temple session together. Now, this girl also grew up used as a sex slave. She was trafficked and traded. The difference between she and I was she knew it and I didn't. But under my altar knew it. So she had a relationship with me in one way, and then she had a different relationship with my altar, because she and my altar were able to commiserate about being sex slaves. My altar has the clear memories of being pregnant 3 times and losing her babies. And this person was the only person that I had ever been able to talk to about that. She was the only person I had ever been to tell about my babies that I had to give away, that I was forced to have. This person became my person. And this is how wild the plot twists are. My alternate personality and this person fell deeply and madly in love with each other. And for 7 years, I had an extramarital affair that I not only hid from my husband, I hid it from myself. And part of my plan, I think, when I was planning to escape, I think I was going to take her with me. But because that plan broke apart when I got fully healed, as well as had my keywords fixed, she got cut out of my life. And I broke her heart, and I didn't know that I had broken her heart. And at the same time, I broke my own heart, and I didn't know that either. And when I shut her out of my life, it hurt so much. And I'd said goodbye to other friends before, and it had never hurt like that. I had never broken up with anyone in my life that hurt so much, that hurt anywhere close to breaking up with that friend. And on the surface, I didn't understand why it hurt so bad, because on the surface, I didn't even know how much I was in love with that woman. So part of my healing, like, I grieved over that relationship at the time when I cut her out of my life. And then when these memories came back, and I remembered being in love, and I remembered having someone who actually cared about me, and I remembered having someone who actually heard my stories, and then I had to heal. I had to grieve over that relationship too. I had to grieve over that relationship all over again when I remembered it. And I haven't spoken to her since, and I don't know what things are like for her now, and I don't know what it was like for her to expect me to call and never have me call. And I wish I could tell her I'm sorry.
And that had to have been so hard too for that part of you. That part of you was so severely abused and was just used as an object, and to actually feel love had to have been such an incredible and beautiful experience for that part of you too.
It really, really was. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that. It really was. And you know, our lives were very similar. We were both in very unhappy marriages with abusive, controlling spouses. We both had very little control over our lives compared to what we thought we should have. And we, at least we had those 7 years together. At least we had those 7 years. I think there was only one night that we actually spent together. But we had it. We had each other. I had one person in my whole life that I could tell about my babies. I had one person in my whole life that could say, yes, your husband is an asshole. And I'm grateful that I had her for the time that I had her, even though she came into my life as a handler. And even though our relationship was really kind of wacky in a lot of ways, it was the most real and true love that I have ever known. And I wish I could tell her thank you for that.
I bet in her heart she knows.
I hope so.
I'm so sorry.
It's
so heartbreaking.
Thank you. It's a weird kind of like, there's a lot of heartbreak in my story, right?
Yeah.
Like how many times did my mother try to murder me? But the thing that I cry the most about is the one person who actually did love me.
Love is so strong. That just shows it's the most powerful of anything. You know, it doesn't erase bad things, but it helps us overcome them. And if you've been denied that your whole life, like you had to overcome stuff without love. You know, having
You're
love and support had to have just been such an incredibly liberating, beautiful, fulfilling sigh of relief and the breath of fresh air in your life. You had never had that, you know, and that's got to be hard for people listening who didn't go through something like you did to like understand that. But that's exactly, you know, you're not born into love like in these families. Like it's the total opposite. It's so inverted. And so those little glimmers, and so many people have small ones, you know, these little glimmers of love that somebody gave them, you know, and you had this fulfilling relationship, you know, that I wouldn't say it was founded on love because obviously it was like a handler situation, but like it developed into that, and that had to have been so powerful for you to feel that.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you. Thank you for honoring that. When the memories resurfaced and when I was able to go down and look deeper and find what I needed to know, I re-experienced those 7 years. And I cry about it a lot because there were so many emotions. And it was the realest, deepest emotions that I had ever had access to, that I had ever been allowed to have. And that probably is some of what helped break me out and wake me up and push me to the surface. But in 45 years of horrific abuse, I have that light, and I hope that I know I gave her light. I know I broke her heart when I cut her out. But I do believe that my life was better because of her, and I do believe that her life was better because of me. And I hope that for everyone that I come in contact with.
We were both a light in each
Okay.
other's life in the darkness. You both shined a light on it for each other.
We did. We did. And even her children. I loved her children. I adored her kids. And I think that they knew that, and I hope that they still do. Okay. So let me pull myself back to the story.
You're doing so good.
All right. So do you have the gist of what that marriage was like? I was married to the guy for 23 years. We raised 2 sons. By the time we divorced, both of our sons were adults. So that wasn't a complication in the divorce. The guy really, he had some good qualities. But speaking as his ex-wife, he was a piece of shit. And I thought that before I found out that he was pimping me out. And now that I know many of the things that I know, I realized that I must have been under a magical spell to have stayed with that guy for 2 freaking decades. Anyway, so that kind of takes us to the place in the story where I'm working in Southern Utah as a nurse, being raped every day at work. But it kind of got to the point where, it didn't feel like rape to me. It was what my life was. It's like you wake up every day and have breakfast. The only reason I was ever woken up was to have sex. So I was just used to it. It didn't feel like rape to me unless it got violent or severe. And like I said, I was pretty good about finagling those situations. Oh, one thing I could do. One thing, like I told you about when the other person said my name and it popped me, this personality back in. I have a couple flashes of that happening other times. That's the one that was really, really clear. But I learned, as my alternate personality, I learned to do that on purpose. If I was in a situation that was really scary or about to get really scary, I was able to pull myself out of that personality, pop back into surface personality. And then I would wake up as surface personality and go, "What's going on?" and freak out. And then they would have to hypnotize me back into alternate personality, and they would back off of whatever they were doing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I was able to do that at for Utah's first Comic-Con convention. Comic-Con came to Salt Lake City sometime in the 2010s. I don't remember exactly which year. And I went with my family, me and my spouse and our 2 boys who were in their young teens by that time. And while we were waiting in line, the line wrapped around the convention center to get into Comic-Con. While we were waiting in line, a car pulled up, and it's kind of blurry. I don't remember exactly what happened, but my husband keyworded me, and I was supposed to get in the car with my kids and him instead of going to Comic-Con. And I have no idea what would have happened if I'd gotten in that car, but I knew it was bad, bad, bad news. And even though, like I said, he had keyworded me, and I was acting as the alter, as my own personality, the other personality, but I knew that was a bad idea. I knew that we should not get in that car. And in that moment, I was able to pull myself out, pop back in as regular, and avoid the situation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that may have saved one of our lives, if not all of our lives that day. I don't know. But I do know that the rest of the day was the number 2, like we're at the Comic-Con convention, and I just thought he was having social anxiety because he was getting really nervous and really uncomfortable, and he got like this sometimes in social situations. But now I realize it was because the plan, whatever the plan was that didn't work, he was going to get in trouble for not controlling his woman. You've heard the phrase, "control your woman." They mean it. And if there's a woman who's acting out, the handler of that woman hears about it and has to face consequences. So I'm certain that he had to face some type of consequences for not being able to control me enough to get me into the car that day. My sons at this point in time, like they believe, they remember that memory. My sons have memories of these things. Even my sons are programmed and keyworded. I don't remember right now what their keywords are, but I might. But I also am highly skilled at conversational hypnosis. So given the opportunity, I could program my own, but I wouldn't do that without their consent. And There were a couple other stories I want to tell you before we move on. I might have to come back to them when they come back into my memory. One thing, when it comes to the things you remember and the things you don't remember, you remember I told you about the story when my mother made me and my sister fight to the death?
Yes.
And I almost killed her? I believe that she has a recollection of that. I didn't have recollection of that until very recently, but I believe that my sister has full recollection of that. So imagine growing up with that memory.
I can't. Oh my gosh.
And I wonder what it was like for my sister, because she was 2 years older than me and I pinned her. And I don't even know. I don't even know what happened after my dad got home and saved us. But anyways, it's strange. Oh, I remember the one thing. How could I forget? Oh yeah, because I was hypnotized at the time. So my kids, my sons from their teenage years, were actively participating in a lot of these scenarios and situations. They didn't go to a lot of the parties. Like I would get taken to parties. Oh, and I think don't let me forget two things. Because I'm certain that I was working it on the inside, and I knew that the better parties to be at, I knew which ones they were, and you get abused worse at some parties than others. So I wanted to go to the parties where I was likely to get abused less, or in different ways that I was more comfortable with. And somehow I worked my way into those parties. The problem was I drove a minivan. I drove a white minivan, which normally would be an invisibilibus. But one place that a white minivan is not invisible is at fancy sex parties. And so, okay, 2016, I was working in a healthcare company in a building, and that building got bought out. I have wondered if that building was purchased by this other healthcare company because I worked there. I, as a sex slave, was a tradable commodity, and I was used by my employers as well as my husband. And it was a month after our company got bought out by this new company in Chicago that the company sent me to the NFL draft. So it could have just been casually that this company bought out my company. And it could have been that their story that I was an excellent employee was true, and that's why I was chosen. Me and 3 other employees were chosen out of 17,000 employees to go to the NFL draft. And I thought it was an award because I was a good employee, and I was a good employee. But it was also to get me to the NFL draft so I could be used as a sex slave there.
Jeez.
I'm pretty sure that was all that happened there. I did attend the draft. My spouse went with me. It was also our wedding anniversary. And so the company flew both of us to Chicago, put us up in a hotel for 2 nights, and I got to go to the NFL draft. And I thought I had like won the lottery. I didn't realize that the whole thing was a setup for me to go be a prostitute. But hey, if you're going to be a prostitute, you might as well do it at the NFL draft, right?
Gosh.
I wish what?
I said, gosh.
I wish I knew who I'd had sex with, right? And I might be able to go back and look into memories, but I haven't taken the time to do that just for names so far. I know I did meet at least one NFL player, and then I wondered later, was that the guy that came to my room later? I don't know. Okay, so there was another event where there was a concert, and there was a concert venue right by where I lived in Southern Utah. And if I told you the name of this band, you would recognize it immediately. No question. In fact, one of the things that this band, I'm not going to say the band right now. When I come out with my name, I'll come out with other names. Right now, I'm still concerned about mine and other people's safety. But when I come out, I'll drop them all. This band has been around for a long time, and they're very specifically known for not having scandals. That's one of the things that they're known for. But they had a concert, they performed in Southern Utah, and I and my family attended the concert. and I had a great time. I thought it was a lot of fun. And then I went home and went to bed. And then my husband woke me up in my keyword, put me in the car and took me to my brother's house. He lived in the same town and he had been at the concert with us. And I don't know if I got to my brother's house before or after the band did, but I was the after party for that band, and it happened at my brother's house. I think there were other people, other slaves used, because every female in my family is used as a sex slave. My nieces, my sisters, some of them are more aware of it than others. So I don't know who all was involved in as a sex slave that night, but I know that I was the star. It's almost braggable. Like, if I had to go through these things, at least I should be able to brag about them, right?
Well, in a way, yes. Otherwise it's like, it's too much. Like, that was a coping mechanism. Like, you have to look at stuff in a way that can keep you going, And honestly, I read something, I wish I could remember and cite it, but I read some article about people who are in MK Ultra and Monarch and who are chosen for it. And they say that, whoever wrote the article or whatever it was that I wrote was like, you're mistaken if you think that the people that are chosen aren't the hardest working, smartest, like most resourceful, most progressive. Like, it's like the best of the best, and it's like anything else. Like, it's like any other job where there's competition, there's ranks. Like, it's built very similar to like the establishments that the normal layperson works in. It's just unfortunately based around inversion, and in things that end up hurting people, but like, it's a very similar structure. There's rewards, there's promotions, like, but it's sick at the same time thinking about, that you weren't afforded a normal place in society where you could enjoy just like the luxuries of, not being abused, that like your progressions, you had to like avoid torture almost by performing better, and in the meantime, you're still being tortured and raped and all this stuff. It's sick, but I think that you and everybody should take credit for the things that they did, because you did work hard. It was your life. It was what you were devoted to, and even if it hurt you and I'm sure others, like, you have to look at your progress and how you evolved as a person even to now, and looking at just the whole evolution of it. Like, I'm sure there were tons of positive lessons that you learned from all of this. I mean, shit, survivors know more about boundaries and healing from trauma. They know more about darkness and going into these dark spots. They know more about what abuse looks like. Like, the most valuable lessons I've learned in my life have been from people who went through the most horrible things, not from people who succeeded in business or, these other things. Sure, there's a lot to learn from that. I've learned my most valuable lessons from people like you who can come out of that darkness and say, look what I learned. It was really shitty going through it, but like, I fucking got through it. I survived it. I escaped it. And like, here's what you need to know about the world. So kudos to you, girl. Like, you deserve to look at anything in your life like a bright spot that you want. You definitely deserve that.
Thank you. Thank you for all of that. That was awesome to hear. Thank you. As a survivor, I feel like I'm even more surviving just because you said that. You're right. Like, what you said about those of us being in the program, like, those of us in the program were the hardest working. And not only do we have that in us anyway to work that hard, but we're programmed to work even harder. So those of us who have the hard work attitude before programming have an even better hard work attitude after programming, right? And I absolutely do thank every single one of my abusers for the person that they taught me to become, because I'm a badass, and I'm a badass because I overcame all of that.
Yes, exactly.
So
right.
You're absolutely right. But you also mentioned something about rewards, and I haven't accessed enough of the memories to know what type of structure was available for me to claw up, but I did. I clawed my way to the top in any career that I was in any personality that I was in. I was one of the best nurse managers. I could brag on that in this personality, and I was one of the best sex slaves, and I could brag on that in that personality. And now we're incorporated, and guess what? It's all in one. But coming back to a month after the draft, I don't know who or what happened. I don't know who I talked to or what I said to who or how much other people were involved in it. But what I know is that I went to the NFL draft, and a month later, and I was driving that minivan, remember? And a month later, I got an idea in my mind that I wanted a new car. And I was like, okay, I'm going to manifest this, right? But now I realize that thought was dropped into my mind. You want a new car. Well, 3 days after I got that thought that I wanted a new car, I drove home a Mercedes SL55 AMG. And if you don't know what that is, it's a really, really badass car.
Wow.
And the reason that car fell into my lap, and by the way, I paid 1/6 of the original price for it. When I bought it, it was 13 years old. So I got it for 1/6 of the original price. And that meant I only paid about 20 grand.
Oh my God.
But I was given that car. So if you can do math, after taxes and fees, the car was about $140,000 new. But I was given that car, I don't know as what type of reward, maybe it was a reward for the NFL draft or whatever, maybe I had pleased somebody, but what it also was so that I could pull up to fancy parties and look like I belonged there. When I pulled up in my minivan, I didn't look like I belonged there. When I pulled up in my Mercedes AMG, I looked like I belonged there. And that gave me access to be used and sold at bigger and more fancy parties, right? So it kind of made me mad when I realized why I actually got the car.
Oh, I bet.
But I'm not complaining. I still have the car, and I'm not mad about it.
And maybe somehow like it protected you or, helped camouflage you or, maybe it was a divine intervention somehow to where there was really, on top of being like a badass car, maybe it served you in ways that you don't even know.
My car is a character in the story. Her name is Desire. And she is a character in the story. When I talk about her a lot, I feel like I'm bragging about my Mercedes. But I'm actually trying to tell you about another character in my story, because this character came into my story to help deliver me to parties. Later on in the story, me and this car, because one of the skills I got from CIA super soldier training is I'm a badass driver. And if you're going to take someone with badass driving abilities and give them a badass car, wait and see what happens. But then you really want to find out what happens? Send Mafia hitmen after them and watch them outrun them in that badass car. And it gets even better. I have literally outrun Mafia hitmen in my car. So yeah, it has saved my life in more than one way. But also the fact that I have now been gotten out of 2 marriages as a sex slave, but yet I still own my car, that in and of itself is a miracle. The people, like my family, my mother, my spouses, they never saw me as a person. They saw me as property. They believed that I was their property, and therefore anything that I owned, they owned. Therefore, when I divorced my husband and I kept my RV and my Mercedes, he believed I had robbed him. He felt like I had stolen his Mercedes and his RV, even though they were in my name and I was the one making the bills. But my car now, as far along as my story has progressed, my car is a prize. I left when I escaped 9 months ago. I escaped in September. I've been free for 9 months. And at the time I left in my RV, but I had a friend come pick up my car, and they kept my car for me for 6 months. And I only got my car back 3 months ago. And I took a victory lap, I tell you what. But I know that both of my husbands desperately, desperately wanted my car. Both of my husbands tried to kill me thinking that they would get to keep my car. And both of my husbands are now furious that I'm, 1, not with them, 2, free, and 3, I own my car and they don't. So yeah, I'm going to brag that I have my car because I kept it from 2 men who tried to kill me for it.
Yes, girl.
I think that's pretty cool. Thank you.
And I love how you call them husbands. That's cute.
That's all they deserve.
That's it. Yeah, it gets the point right across.
Number 1 and number 2. So that brings us in the story up to about 2018. And well, let's go back just a little bit to 2013 because I was attending the Mormon temple every week. I was such a good little Mormon Molly girl, which is really weird because Mormons are heavily blamed and shamed heavily for having anything like a sexual thought. So I would get, the blame shame game in church on Sunday, but everybody in church on Sunday had been at the party where I was pimped out the night before. So hypocrisy, anyone? So if we want to get back in, coming back to 2018, at this point in time, married to husband number 1, my 2 sons were middle to late teens. Husband had finally gotten a job and was working, but he still made a lot less money than I did. And so it was really easy for him to sit back and just let me do all the work. But, he thought I was his slave. So that made sense in his mind. But it was about 2018 that I really started looking into my own spiritual beliefs, because it had been about 5 years since I had split from the church. And I think it kind of takes about 5 years to change your understanding of the world. So around then I was like, well, if I don't believe that, what do I believe? And my spirituality had always been a very, very important thing to me. So I wanted to learn more spirituality things that the Mormon church never got around to teaching me. And YouTube turns out to be a really, really great place for that. So even while I was working, I would be writing my reports, but I'd be watching YouTube on my second monitor and learning about things like chakras, which I'd heard of before, but I wasn't really sure what they were. You mean my body has an energy system of 7 colored type chakras? So I was learning about things like that. And I'd always been interested in hypnosis, so I was learning about things like that. And I was studying things like gnosis, ancient spiritual history. What did the ancients believe? That kind of thing. And as I was doing this research, I was thinking to myself, there's got to be other people like me who want to know what's up in the spiritual community if they never knew before. And even what things to look into, like, should I try tapping? Should I try meditation? I didn't know, and I was learning these things for myself for the first time. So I thought maybe I should start a podcast. And that way I could explain the things that I was learning as I'm learning them and help other people who are also trying to learn about these type of things. And I didn't know that everything that I was watching and researching was being watched by my handlers. So my handlers could tell that I was looking at things like podcast cameras and lighting, and I was doing research on how to start a podcast. And they didn't want me to do that. They did not want me to have anything that was fully controlled by myself. Anything that I had or did must be controlled by someone else as well. And that's why I got offered a radio show, because one of the people that was in the connection, actually a guy in my swinger group, managed a couple of local radio stations. And their idea was, if I was doing a local radio station, and so I did, and I had a talk show. It was called The Extraordinary Talk Show. Some episodes might still be available on some places on Facebook and YouTube. Eventually, after 5 years, I had an archive online and it all got mysteriously deleted. But so I started doing this radio show, and then my radio station manager became my sub-handler. And he remained a sub-handler even after I divorced my husband and even after I married the second husband. So he was in there he was a pretty consistent sub-handler through a lot of it. So it's kind of interesting, and I know it's kind of interesting that I got a radio show because they didn't want me to have a podcast. You might even think that a radio show would sound might look fancier on a resume, but the truth is, there's a local radio show and it's only broadcast within 30 miles, so only locals heard it, except for what I put online in the podcast form. And they kept me busy enough that I didn't have time to promote that much. And then when I was really, really careful about not talking about the Mormon Church or only saying fair or complimentary things about the Mormon Church. And then I finally got around to saying something. And 2 weeks after I mentioned something that was slightly negative about the Mormon Church was when my entire online archive got deleted.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I saw the connection. But what I actually believe was that my sub-handler at the radio station, I'm certain that he went in and deleted it. I know that he was doing other things with the online archive that day and other things he did, and then my stuff magically disappeared. Okay. Anyway, but so it was 2018 when I started doing the podcast or the radio show. And then it was also, I would record it with a camera as well as microphone and load the podcast online. But doing that was really awesome. I really learned a lot because I had to plan what my next week's shows was going to be. So I had to study and research another interesting thing that I could talk about. And that was great for me in my own personal and spiritual education. I think, though, it made some people in my family upset. I want to tell you about one incident that I was used to traffic someone. So this is jumping way back to 1995, Christmas of 1995. And I don't know who this person was, but I'll bet that if somebody were to research, they could probably figure it out. There's two sides to the story, because the story that matched my surface memories was, it was my first Christmas away from home, and I woke up on Christmas and it was kind of sad being alone. And a friend of mine who had actually dated my sister called me up and said, "Hey, I got nothing to do today. Do you want to go to Mexico?" And I said, "Sure, I got nothing to do today either." So he drove down from northern Utah, 4-hour drive, picked me up in southern Utah. We drove to Mexico, crossed the border, got tacos, and then went home. And that was my Christmas, 1995. It was, how many years later is that now? 29 years later, that I realized that there was a man and a child in the trunk.
Oh my gosh.
So, what I believe happened is while we were inside getting tacos, that somebody let him and the child out of the trunk. And then when we were driving back, we actually got pulled over going through Las Vegas because my friend was speeding. And I believe, and he got a ticket for speeding, but he got off like way low. He got like a 10 over when he was actually going 30 over or something like that. Might have been going like 50 over. He might have been going 100. But he got a ticket. It was fine. But the reason that we actually got pulled over was not only the speeding, it was also because the car that we were in matched the description. But by that time, there was nobody in the trunk anymore.
Right.
So I believe the story, as I understand and recollect it, is there was a man, I think in Utah or somewhere roundabout, He was married, he had a family, he was related to politics somehow, but he had a child sex slave that he had fallen in love with. And this can happen. Pedophiles are weird. And this man wanted to be with, he was so much in love, he had a romantic relationship with this child to the point that he wanted to leave his family and be with her only. And he was willing to leave his political connections. He was willing to run away from his life completely so that he could live in another country and live with this child as his lover. So I think he faked his own kidnapping. And he was in the trunk, but he also had drugs with him so that he could stay comfortable. And he was probably also keeping the child drugged up for the car ride too. But then I never saw them. Primary personality, had no idea. My friend accessed alternate personality in the car so that she was aware of what was up. And that's how I know at this point in time, as I've looked back into those memories. All in all, it just, to me, was like an interesting Christmas story. Yeah, one Christmas, I didn't really have Christmas. I just went to Mexico for tacos. I didn't know I was trafficking somebody in the trunk at the time.
Holy shit. Oh my gosh.
And like, you've only heard some of these. Can you imagine what this has been like for me to wake up to the life I really was living?
No, I can't. I cannot.
But that story is one example of something sticking out in my memory as odd. And I couldn't explain why it stuck out as odd, but there was something about it. And because I knew there was something about it, then when I was able to, now when I know I've had two solid personalities this whole time, I was able to go back and ask that other personality her memories. What do you remember about this? And she's like, oh yeah, there was a guy and a kid in the trunk. I'm getting to know myself in ways I never dreamed I could. And I'm not trying to laugh about trafficking. I'm really not. I'm not laughing at the trafficking part. I'm laughing at the wildness that is my own life.
Yeah, and then waking up to it.
But one reason I mention that is because I believe that my father fell in love with me in a similar way. I was the third daughter. It wasn't like he hadn't had other little girls before that. But when I came around, something was special about me. And that was one of the reasons why my mother hated me so much. When my mother would fly into her demonic possession, that's what, I know what a jealous rage looks like. And it's very difficult for even me to comprehend why my mother would ever be so jealous, why anyone would ever be so jealous of a toddler that they would try to murder them. But for at least a while, my dad felt that way about me. My dad had that kind of love about me. And he had to stop so that my mother wouldn't murder me. He had to stop touching me. He had to stop hugging me. He had to stop spending time with me. And what that means is that in my memory of my childhood, my dad isn't there much. Because the only memories that I have of my dad, well, anytime my dad was actually with me, it was in a sexual situation. And I wasn't allowed to carry those forward in my memory. I was hypnotized to forget all of the times that my dad ever touched me with love. And so I have no memory of my father ever touching me with love. And you can tell there's sadness that comes with that. But along with that came a jealousy that I didn't comprehend. I never understood as a child or even as an adult. Jealousy is still an emotion that I don't experience. I never had problems with jealousy as a swinger. Not ever. It's one reason why I made a great swinger or sex slave, I guess, because I don't get jealous. I don't care. When my husband and I were swinging, I figured that if he could find somebody else who would have him that was better than me, he should go. But we all knew he wasn't ever going to find that. He still hasn't. And he's found somebody, but she's not me, unless she pretended to be me. Anyway, but because I've never been jealous, jealousy is not an emotion that makes sense to me. And so I don't always see it coming when people around me are jealous. But when I got that radio show, members of my family got very jealous. And people who I thought were close connections to me started being meaner and more cynical. And but I even still didn't recognize jealousy because it wasn't an emotion that I was familiar with. Even now, it's so weird with my family. Like, I am the black sheep of my family, but I think I'm the good one. And so I have to stop myself and think, okay, how do they think of me? Because to my entire family, they're all agreeing that I'm the bad guy. I am their villain, but I think I'm the good guy. And it kind of just makes you change your whole perception on a lot of things. And I feel like I'm rambling.
No, not at all. It's all really important.
Oh, good.
And these are the things that aren't talked about, like how incest families work and like the complexities. I think the only time the general public hears about it is, they hear about it in some distorted way where it's just automatically sensationalized and, made a mockery of it almost, or people kind of like make fun of it. And they don't realize like how damaging and horrible it can be for the family members to go through it, and like the complexity of emotions for a child. This is family, that like it's inverting relationships, but that like the whole concept of love gets inverted as well. And I think like the more we have these conversations, it validates the reality of it for people, and like it looks at it through a compassionate lens of seeing the layers of trauma in this versus it just being sort of mocked out in the public, if that makes sense. So I really appreciate you
Yeah,
sharing this.
thank you. And I would love for people to hear mine and stories like mine so that they can just have some understanding. If people just had any understanding at all, it would change the world completely. Okay.
Yes.
Back to the story. So in 2018, I was studying different topics, different information, and this woman popped onto my YouTube suggested list, your next suggested video, right? And I was like kind of curious because it's this 80-year-old woman. She looks like a grandma. She didn't seem like she fit what I was looking for, but I hit play on the video, and her name was Dolores Cannon. Dolores Cannon. And she has since become one of my spirit guides. Dolores Cannon started doing hypnosis with her husband in the 1960s. And it was just for things like anxiety or eating too much or whatever. But one day she was hypnotizing a woman for eating too much, and the woman went back into a past life. And Dolores didn't quite know how to handle it, but carried the bag and figured it out. And this was at the very, very beginning of past life regression, when people didn't believe in past lives. They didn't believe it was a thing. They thought anybody who talked about it was crazy. But here was Dolores with actual proof of past lives with the person hypnotized in front of her. And so I got fascinated real fast. And Dolores has before she died, and she died before I got a chance to know about her, just a couple years before, wrote like 30 books, and most of them are transcripts of her hypnosis sessions where she's talking with people who are under hypnosis, and they're describing their past lives, when they've lived on Earth before, or when they've lived on other planets before, or when they came as an animal before, or when they worked with Nostradamus. She's written books about these things. Or she's written 2 books that were written from the perspective of a man who knew Jesus when he was a child and watched him grow up. It's called Jesus and the Essenes. So I learned about the Essenes through Doris Cannon's work. And then that took me in other directions about other spirituality and religious information. So Dolores Cannon developed her own type of hypnosis. And it's called QHHT, Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique. And as soon as I heard about it, I knew I wanted to become a practitioner. I actually went to a birthday party once when I was like 10 or 11, where the mom hypnotized the little kids at the party, and I watched her do it, and she taught me some of the clues about it then. I didn't know it was happening to me every day, but I even hypnotized a couple of my friends at birthday parties and slumber parties as a teenager. But then everyone around me was gaslighting me like, "Gas, hypnosis isn't real. That's not real. That doesn't exist." And I'm like, "Well, I just did it." They're like, "No, it doesn't exist." Okay. So I decided to study QHHT and become a practitioner. And this terrified my husband. I didn't understand, like, he didn't show me that he was terrified. He just was like kind of acting a little bit weird about it, but I wasn't going to be stopped. It was something I wanted to do. And they do have to, even the slave handlers, even the slave masters, they have to honor some kind of consent. There are rules of consent that they must follow, because if they cannot control you with their rules, they can't control you. So you figure out the rules, and then they can't control you anymore. And that was one reason why I wanted to learn hypnosis so badly. I also wanted to learn hypnosis, and I didn't know this, but my alter desperately wanted to understand hypnosis better so that she could do it better on the people that were using it on her. And she wanted to break out of her keywords. I was completely controlled by keywords. I could be doing anything, well, not completely controlled, because I did have some level of resistance and I could break out of it once in a while, but it was hard to be conscious about that. Because I didn't know I was getting hypnotized, I couldn't watch for the signs of it. Now today, people try to hypnotize me and I know, because I see the signs and I recognize the neuro-linguistic programming that they're using on me. So I recognize it and it doesn't work. Plus, I now have installed in me that it will only work under consent anyway. But QHHT, Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique, was fascinating to me. And I got my level 1 practitioner online, and then I had to get 25 of my friends or people that I knew or volunteers to let me practice on them. And I did. And in doing this, I started to go into people's past lives with them, because I would put them under hypnosis and take them to a past life. And then I got to walk through their past life with them. And I found myself having a type of psychic experiences where I could see the things that they were seeing. And I recognized really quick that I had a knack for it. There were some parts that I was frustrated with in learning it, but I also knew that certain parts of it came without trying. So I wanted to take the level 2 class, and get even more, learn even more about this. And they had a class in Hawaii in November. And I immediately decided to go, and then talked my husband into going with me. Maybe I should have just gone by myself and had a week by myself in Hawaii. That would have been great, except it never would have been allowed. It would never would have been allowed. If I hadn't taken my husband with me, I would have just had silent stalkers following me around the whole week, because I would not have been allowed that much freedom. So the class was like 6 days long, but we went to Hawaii for 2 weeks. Because if we're going to go to Hawaii, you might as well be in Hawaii. And one really, really critically important thing was that I quit my job at the same time. My husband and I were also remodeling a house, and as soon as we remodeled the house, we could sell it, and then we'd have some money. And maybe that's what maybe I was going to use that money to run away. But we were in the process of remodeling a house. We had a little bit of money in the bank for the remodel, so I quit my job. And he didn't want me to quit my job, but I was absolutely committed to quitting my job. And I understand now that it was absolutely critical that I quit my job, because while I was in Hawaii, I got my own QHHT session and my DID was healed. And had I gone back to work at the same job, my co-workers would have attempted to use the keywords that they'd been using for the last couple of years, and they would not have worked. And they would have noticed that they wouldn't worked, and I would have been sent for reprogramming immediately. You understand that?
Yeah.
So my alter understood, even though I didn't, that I had to quit that job, because if I came back even one day to that job and they couldn't access me with keywords, people would know and I'd get in trouble, or trouble being reprogramming. So I want to tell you what happened in the healing. This is awesome, and I'm really excited about it, and I want you to be too, because it changed my life. It healed me. When I went to Hawaii, I had dissociative identity disorder, and I didn't know I had it, which meant that my personality was split into two very solid and real personalities, as well as a few others just thrown in there, most of which could be accessed and come out. But I didn't know that. Well, half of me did. Half of me knew it. Surface me did not know that. But who wouldn't want to go to Hawaii for 2 weeks anyway? So I was very excited about it, and I was really excited about this training. And even though I had done 25 of these hypnosis sessions on other people, I hadn't done my own yet. And even in the class, I had gatekeepers. There was even a man who was taking the class because I was taking the class, and he wanted to sit behind me and keep an eye on me, and he was hired by my family to do so. And at first I was looking for someone I needed another practitioner from the class to do my session, and I had originally asked him to do it, and then my intuition spoke to me and said, no, that's a bad idea. Have this other person do it instead. So I had this other person do it instead. And in fact, I had a keyword chosen that I was going to have installed. And at the last minute, I changed my keyword to something different. Are you still with me, Emma?
Yeah.
Okay. When I'm talking, all I see is like a phone signal. I don't even get to see your face. So I want to make sure the call didn't cut off 20 minutes ago. Okay, so this wonderful, wonderful woman did my session. She was beautiful. She was phenomenal. She sat next to me. Also, I have spirit guides. Like I mentioned, Dolores Cannon is now one of my spirit guides. And I had, in one of the hypnosis sessions that I did previous to going to Hawaii, the person who was hypnotized under hypnosis told me, they said my name, and they said, you are getting a new spirit guide. This is her name, and you're going to meet her when you go to Hawaii. And they were right. I absolutely did get a new spirit guide, and that was her name. And I met her when I went to Hawaii. And there was one day in the middle of the class, like that I went for lunch, and during lunch, some things happened where I just felt like I had 3 spirit guides, and all 3 of them just like showed up in my face. Like, hey, we're here, just so you know. And then that afternoon in the class, something they hypnotized one of the instructors, and he went deep and started channeling. And the things that came through from him, I couldn't even tell you what it was that he said or how, but I just felt all of this energy just pouring onto me, and I couldn't stop crying. I just sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. I wasn't sad, but I didn't even know why I was crying, but I couldn't stop crying, and I just felt all of this energy the whole time he was talking and channeling. It just rained through me. So then I got to finally go one evening after the class, get my session. I went to the hotel room of the person who was doing it for me. And even during the session, we got interrupted. Somebody knocked on the door and came in and walked around the room. And I was aware of it, but I stayed, by that time I knew how to stay in trance if I wanted to stay in trance. So in my hypnosis session, first of all, I was taken back to a past life. This is how QHHT works. You go to some place that's very beautiful and calm, and from there, you're taken to see your past life. And then after the past life, you kind of meet with your council, and you talk to your spirit guides, and you talk to your subconscious, and you talk to your higher self, and you're able to ask questions and ask for healing or anything that you might specifically need. And I wasn't asking for anything specifically. The only thing that was very important to me was to have a consent keyword installed, which was a thing that as a practitioner, I knew we could do. In my past life, are you still with me, Emma?
I am, yes.
Oh. I was a scribe in an ancient pyramid. Even now, I can still get visuals. I can still see it. I believe it was a Mayan pyramid. And I had a life outside of the pyramid too. I had a sister, she got married. But I lived in the pyramid for over 200 years. And living in the pyramid gave me lifelong longevity, and all of my family died. And then like my nieces and nephews didn't remember me anymore. But I worked as a scribe, and I would walk down this hallway to go to my living area. And when I walked down the hallway, I would pass a hieroglyph of a snake. And this is the reason why I think it's Mayan, is because the snake the body of the snake moves at right angles. It like turns at sharp corners, and it's very blocky. And as I was walking past it, I would get this whole like body shiver. And it was almost creepy, but not scary. And I mentioned it, and the practitioner who was guiding me through the past life in the session, she asked me some questions, and I stopped and looked at the snake. And while I was standing in front of it, I could just feel it tingling through me. And I was like, I don't know what's up with that. I think it's just weird. And then I moved on. What I now understand is that in that actual ancient pyramid where I actually lived, there was an actual hieroglyph of a snake, and it was enchanted as a purifier, thus that anything that passed it would be purified. So if a human being that had a demonic attachment walked past that snake in the hallway, that the demonic attachment would be purified, that the demonic attachment would not be allowed to go deeper into the pyramid. What I didn't understand at the time, what I could have had no idea, was that ancient pyramid magic was actively working on me and my body in this life while I visited that life. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't understand at the time. I just thought that the snake thing was weird, and it made me have tingles. But even laying on the bed in the hotel room in Hawaii, I could feel the tingles. And in that life, I won't go too much on into that life. I could tell you all about it for an hour because it was fascinating. And there were, in fact, ancient aliens in that pyramid. I called her the big lady. But we moved forward from there, and I went and talked to my spirit guides, the ones that I had seen even earlier that day. And they're like, I was like, I gave you a hug today. And she said, yeah, you gave me a hug today. And I really was just a beautiful opportunity to connect with them. And I didn't ask for a whole lot more than that. And then she read the part of the script to install the new keyword. And in doing that, canceled out all previous keywords and all previous programming. And then it's very, very important if you, for anyone who visits a past life, before you bring them back to this life, you need to tell them you're bringing them back to this life. You need to tell them to leave all of those personalities in the past. And this is all part of the QHHT process. And so it was told to me that all of those entities would be sent back to where they belong. And it was told to me, I was instructed, have all of the parts of your personality reintegrate back together completely in your body now. And when she said those words, I felt the blocks of my personality fall into place, like poke, poke, poke. And I knew I was back together. The funny thing was, I didn't know I'd ever been apart. In QHHT sessions, we can do physical healing. Not long ago, I did one with a woman who was having abdominal issues. And in that, I was able to instruct her, your body will release everything that it is not meant to have. And then that happened. These things are very special. And also, like you, Emma, how you start your podcast with a special prayer to God, I would also start every one of my QHHT sessions with a very special prayer that God on high would hear us, that angels would be sent, that they would know the rightness of our intentions, and that our requests would be granted. And I had my practitioner read that prayer before she started my session. So what happened was, and yeah, this sounds wild and weird that you can go to a past life and have your demons cleansed. Okay, weird, yeah, but I also got taken down to the basement of Alcatraz and had my demons installed. So this is the other end of that. Walking past that snake-like purifier, it purified me in this life just like it had in that life. It cleansed my demons. When they split my personality as an infant and attached demons to me, those demons, I never allowed them to take hold. My mother did, but I didn't. And so when I walked past the purifier, they were cleansed in this life as well as in that. And then as part of the script, when she told me that all of the parts of my personality would be reincorporated and come back together, I felt it happen. And truly no one believed that was possible. Even the other part of my personality who was went to Hawaii so I could get my keywords canceled, had no idea that my entire dissociative identity would be healed in the process. And she did that in the part where she said, okay, this is your new keyword now, but you can only use this keyword or any other keyword under your full consent and knowledge of its use. But these keywords only work on you with your knowledge and full consent. And that changed my life, but it took me 5 years to realize it. This was a magical quantum healing, and I thank Dolores Cannon every day. And I also know that since I have been healed, I have had the opportunity to say these same things in sessions with other people, and without knowing it, I was able to heal parts of them at the same time. So I'm really, really, really looking forward to QHHT getting out and becoming more popular. It would be great for me right now if I could, do a couple sessions a week and make some money from it. But my goal is not money. My goal is to heal people and to heal the world. I would like for my purpose in my life to also pay for my life, but I want to heal the world. And I also don't believe QHHT is the only answer, because there's never only one answer. There's always more than one answer. But that's the first one, the first solid one that anyone I know of has found, and I think we should use it. I want to kind of give people a trailer to episode 2, because that's where we come up to where I'm living at daily. That's where we talk about the doctor who was my handler, and the guy that my parents sold me to, who came in and convinced me to fall in love with him, that I escaped from 9 months ago, that I still have my RV and Mercedes and my life. And there's a lot of fun stories as part of that. And I really, really do want to talk about, escaping and evading mafia hitmen, things like that, because that's all part of the story. We talked about Jason Bourne, and I wasn't kidding. So we will definitely come back to that. But as far as my books, this is a thing I'm very proud of. I was at my parents' house for Thanksgiving week this last year in 2023, just right a few months before I cut them off. And at the time, I was kind of a little bit undercover in my own life, trying to figure out where my parents were at, and what they believed in, if I could trust them or not. But my mother did not invite me to Thanksgiving dinner. So I took my RV down by the lake, and I compiled quotes that I had written. And I call myself a philosopher. And I'll get good thoughts and I write them down. So that Thanksgiving, instead of having dinner with my family, I collected 203 quotes that I had written down that I thought were worth sharing. And I self-published them into 2 books. And they're called 101 Quotes You've Never Heard Before and 102 Quotes You've Never Heard Before, by the Veritasian of the Mountain. And Veritasian means one who seeks truth. And of the mountain used to refer to my last name. It doesn't anymore. But eventually I will change the name, the author name on those books, to my current name. But like we've said before, for privacy reasons, they're still listed as the Veritasian of the Mountain. I'm working on books 3 and 4 right now, and we'll see how those go. But that's just a little thing I did over Thanksgiving. And right now, where I am still living in my RV and still fighting for my freedom and safety on a daily basis, if people wanted to support me by buying my books, I would accept that support.
And these are on Amazon. I have, if you guys are watching, I have it up on the screen. And what I'm also going to do is in the show notes, the links I will have, and you just have to go in the show notes. They're already hyperlinked. So you just put your finger over it, click it, and it'll take you right to the page. So I will have both of her books down there. And I encourage you guys to get them. They're extremely affordable. They look super interesting. And you guys have heard Dee talking, like she's already dropped a lot of awesome quotes here. So I really encourage you guys to go get these. I'm sure that it would be extremely uplifting, something great to have at home, a little pick me up, and a really awesome gift to give people. So I always say, if you have a couple extra dollars and want to put it towards a good cause, stop giving your money to nonprofits and to politicians and, people speaking on behalf of survivors, unless they're legit, of course, and doing good things. But go actually to the source, go to a survivor and give them your $10 or $20 and support their work, support their business. If I had my perfect world, I would love all survivors to get paid for speaking out so they could do it full time, because everybody in the world is programmed and brainwashed and, oblivious to the truth. And I would love if somebody like Dee could just do podcasts full time and, be invited to speak on stage and do more books and conferences and whatever else, so those little things really mean a lot and help give them opportunity to do this. The government's never going to pay any of us to talk about this stuff. So our best bet is to come together, put our resources together and support each other. And I think this is such a fun idea that you did. And I think it's cool you're doing more of them.
Well, thank you. In that moment, it was exactly what I needed to do. And through all of this, because let me be very, very clear before we end this episode. I survived because God loves me and I love God, and I have angels at my back. The one I mentioned before, Archangel Michael, he's my pal. I have angels supporting me and holding me up, and some of them are in human bodies. Most of them are invisible to me, but I see them every day in how they hold me and how they help me and how they support me, and in the fact that I am alive. I literally believe that I have escaped death 1,000 times. And it is because of my angels and not because of myself. It is because I have trusted in God and he has trusted in me. And that's the life I want to keep living.
You are such an amazing example of that. And I think, this story and the episodes that we're going to be doing together, these give people hope to know that there are ways, like you said, not everything's going to work for everybody. There's more than one way, but the more tools that we can provide each other and share, a lot of therapists aren't really keen and privy as to, how to help heal survivors. So something that worked for you, Dee, might work for a ton of other people. And that's an awesome tool to give them to be able to share what works for you. So that way, if everything else isn't working, maybe what worked for you will go work for them. So the more that we can come together and share, we can sort of buck the therapeutic world in a little bit, until we have more good therapists step up that are more accessible and, are speaking out so we can be aware of them and send survivors to them. But, there's not a lot of help for survivors outside of coming together. So I love that you're providing these tools, and I'm super excited to dive more into this with you and share your experiences and, hopefully send you some business for people who are looking for an outlet and nothing else is working. I think that's another awesome thing when survivors can offer each other support. So I'm really excited for this, and I really appreciate you sharing, Dee.
Well, I have been so happy to be here, and thank you, Emma, for, like I said at the beginning, being the platform to allow me to tell my story. I'm still in a difficult place, and as much as even though I have podcast experience, I'm not in a place right now where I can jump into that. And so I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share my story on your format. And I'm so grateful to you for sharing your story and those of others with me, and allowing others to share their stories through your format, because listening to your podcast and others like it has been truly healing for me in my own healing journey. So thank you.
It's my great honor. Everybody should hear it. These are the most important stories in the world. There's nothing else I'd rather be covering in a podcast. It's really difficult, but to listen, but it's nothing compared to actually experiencing it like what you did. We all have a duty to at least open our ears and our hearts and our eyes and take in this information. And even though it's hard, it teaches us about the world. It teaches us about ourselves. And it teaches us how to be more compassionate to our wounded warriors who are coming forth, speaking up and healing. This is a way we can all come together and heal and heal the world ultimately, So I know you had said that you're a rebel without a cause, and now you're a rebel with a cause. And I just want to affirm that and say you are right in your element. And I'm really looking forward to doing more of this and getting to a place where, you can share your identity more, being safe ultimately, and just for you to grow, in this community and with these beautiful messages, information, and passion that you have. It's absolutely beautiful. So I can't thank you enough for choosing this platform to come share. I'm so excited to have you as my friend now. And, I look forward to doing a million more episodes with you.
Let's start with number 2. Let's go. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to tell my story. And I want to tell the victims and survivors out there, there's hope. There really is. You can get out. You can be healed. You can too. And let's change the world together.
Amen, sister. And so you guys listening, like I said, I'll have Dee's books in the show notes. You guys can go ahead and purchase her books. I would love if you guys did that. They're so affordable, they're so fun, and they're really easy. They're right on Amazon. So you guys get your product in just a day or two. So please go support her. If anybody wants to get in touch with her, if you guys email me, I can potentially pass information on to her. To get you guys connected. If you guys already want to work with her, have questions about this therapy, I can help make that connection, since she is more anonymous online. So with her permission, maybe I can connect you guys. So I'll have my email in the show notes.
I would love to do this, because I would love to be on other podcasts and have these conversations with other people who can also help share this information. So thank you for being willing to do that.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. If you guys have a podcast or, write articles or want to feature her, get in touch with her to help elevate her story, reach out to me and I'll help connect you guys on that front too. That would be wonderful. So please go support her, you guys. She's just amazing. Her story is groundbreaking. She's so vulnerable, and like I said, Dee, I'm really excited to keep learning from you. So you guys, I'll have all of that in the show notes. I'll have my links as well. Connect with all of us on every platform. Support us how you can, and just know that we love and appreciate you. So you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. God bless you, and we'll see you next time.